Thank you and good morning. Buenos dias. It is a Tuesday, April 2nd. We're going to start our Board of Supervisors meeting. I'm wondering if I can get a roll call to establish quorum, please.
Supervisor Christie.
Here.
Supervisor Hines. Supervisor Lee.
Here.
Supervisor Scott.
Here.
Chair Grijalva.
Here.
Let the record show Supervisor Christie is participating remotely. Supervisor Hines is not present. All other board members are present.
Thank you so much. Can I ask Cristina Coronado, she's with Analytics, Administrative Specialist 2 with Analytics and Data Governance, to lead us in the pledge, please. And thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag, the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Then we have the land acknowledgement to be offered by Ricky Riojas. She's the board president of Los Descendientes, the Tucson co-director of the Mexican American Heritage and History Museum. Ricky.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh, excuse me. Hello. Thank you so much for having me, and also just for the board's continued support of culture and heritage programming within the city of Tucson and Pima County as a whole, and we really appreciate your support. On behalf of Pima County residents, we honor the tribal nations who have served as caretakers of this land from time immemorial and respectfully acknowledge the ancestral homelands of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the multi-millennial presence of the Pascua Yaqui tribe within Pima County. Consistent with Pima County's commitment to diversity and inclusion, we strive towards building an equal partner relationships with Arizona's tribal nations.
Thank you. Is there anything you wanted to give us an update on the many organizations that you're participating in, or events that you need volunteers for or people to come to?
Yes. So May 11th, the Sosa Carrillo House, that's our last event at the Mexican American Museum, May 11th is our final event. We will be closing after that. We're having a large celebration party to celebrate the Mellon Foundation grant that we got that will fund that remodel along with some Rio Nuevo matching money. And we would just like everyone in the community to come out and come celebrate with us this large investment in the community and in a building that really needs the help.
Thank you so much. We have Pause for Pause, and we have an in-person guest that needs a home. Yeah? Okay. Cue the aww.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kaylee. I'm the Public Information Officer at Pima Animal Care Center. I have brought with me today Adrinia, who is maybe the nicest dog in the whole world. I don't know, that might be an exaggeration, but very sweet dog. She actually came to us at the end of February with a litter of 6 puppies that she was nursing. She was doing a great job. They were big, fat, chunky, healthy puppies. They all got adopted really quickly, and now she's looking for a home since they've all found theirs. She is only 1 or 2 years old, but she shows clear physical markings of having multiple litters. So she's a really good example of how important spay and neuter is right now, especially to get ahead of our ongoing capacity situation at PAC. As most know, we've been full for quite some time now. We're at 531 dogs in shelter today, which is very, very full for us. So definitely important to get ahead of that cycle, to be practicing that spay-neuter in hopes of expanding that access, to make it more accessible to people to get affordable spay-neuter. Today on Arizona Gives Day, our nonprofit partner, Friends of PAC, is raising funds to, again, expand access to spay-neuter, to create more affordable programming. So that's something we're really excited about. If you'd like to learn more about that, we are all over social media today with that, both Friends of PAC, and we'll be doing some other stuff around it as well. So thank you guys so much. And I should mention, we're seeing a lot of puppies come in. We're seeing a lot of dogs, but of course, we're right at the beginning of kitten season. So for those who are looking for a kitten friend, looking to foster cats, we're right about to hit the point where we really, really need you. So definitely keep an eye on our social media so you can see the updates on all that. And if you're looking for a really great dog, come meet Adrinia. Thank you.
Thank you. We have several supervisors who requested a moment of personal privilege. I would like to start by asking for a moment of silence for the passing of our Tucson Police Department officer Adam Buckner. He was involved in an accident on our streets, and though many people ran to his aid and firefighters were there, he unfortunately passed away. I saw a press conference with Chief Kazmar, and we just want to extend our sincerest condolences to his wife, parents, family, and the whole Tucson Police Department and our Tucson community. And I would like to add Sirena Raquel Arevalo. She was an owner of Barrio Books, and she passed away while waiting for a transplant. And so if you can honor both of these people by a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Supervisor Scott.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. I wanted to acknowledge the long record of community service of Amy Bola, who was a governing board member in the Catalina Foothills School District and was a teacher before she served on the board. Unfortunately, Ms. Bola passed away last week, and the board would like to commend her for her record of service to our community and its children, and also send our best wishes to her family. Thank you, Chair Grijalva.
Thank you. Supervisor Christie.
Madam Chair, I'd like a moment, if I may.
Absolutely.
Can you all hear me? Am I audible?
Yes.
And if you would be so kind as to remind the speakers to speak directly into the microphone. It's a little difficult to make out the words on this end, but we're doing pretty good. Last Saturday, there was a recognition and acknowledgement ceremony for a longtime community leader, Paul Marsh, who single-handedly created the Marana Military Cemetery. It was a real passion for him, and he was able to put it together and create it, and they recognized him on Saturday. And I'd like to say a few words in his honor as well. It is an honor and privilege for me to join the many residents of Pima County in acknowledging the selfless and quiet gifts of service rendered to all of us by the Honorable Paul Marsh, former Pima County District 4 Supervisor. For decades, Paul Marsh has personified the true meanings of leadership and patriotism, never drawing attention to himself, but giving back to the community and country that he loves so fervently. He has soldiered on for those who are thought of or remembered only slightly. His only receipt of payments has been the completion and successes of his numerous causes and the realization that he has given much more than he has taken. We thank Paul Marsh and honor him today and proclaim his efforts as jobs well done. Pima County is truly a better place because of Paul Marsh, and his contributions will always be remembered. And Madam Chair, if I may, one quick notice here. That is a little bit in a different vein. Recently, the Tanque Verde High School cheer team competed in Las Vegas in the world-class cheer competition, and they won first place, first time ever in high school history.
Excellent.
The co-ed varsity cheer show students were Monica Perez, Hayden Olson, Lily Carr, Katie Sell, Kalina Hodge, Lakey Thomas, Abby New, Haley Tobler, Gabe Perez, Brendan Phoebe, and they were brilliantly coached by head coach Shelby Gekas and coach Grace Sick. Congratulations, Tanque Verde High School cheer team. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And if I may.
Absolutely.
Chair Grijalva, and as Supervisor Christie noted, Monica Perez is one of the individuals honored. She is the daughter of our Chief of Staff, who has
Nice.
been the woman driving them to all of those cheer practices. So
Amazing.
thanks to her as well.
Congratulations to the entire team. That's great. We have several proclamations, and the first one is, do we have any agenda adjustments? Please.
Yes, we do. Okay, on the regular agenda, page 3, item 13, under Board of Supervisors. This is the board representative updates on BCCs. This item will be heard at a time certain of 10:30. On page 4, item 15, under Board of Supervisors, the recognition of Armando Membrilla. Supervisor Hines requests this item be continued to the meeting of May 7th. And for the record, Supervisor Hines has joined the meeting. On page 4, item 20, it is the elections canvass. And on page 6, item 30, it is a contract with Tenix Solutions. These items will be heard at a time certain of 11. On the addendum agenda, page 1, item 2, the executive session regarding county sewer line damage at Kalua Drive. This item will be heard at a time certain of 12:15. On page 2, item 6, county attorney, the budgetary concerns. This item will be considered with addendum item number 7. And on page 2, item 7, finance and risk management. It is the fiscal year 24-25 recommended budget update. This item will be heard at a time certain of 11:30. Thank you.
Thank you. And then unless there's any objection, we'll just have executive session at 12:15, the ones from both the agenda and the addendum. Okay. Thank you. Now we're on proclamations. All right. So first proclamation will be offered by Supervisor Lee. This is a presentation of proclamation to Anthony Avila, Development Director, the Drawing Studio, proclaiming the week of April 5th through the 19th to be Arts and Culture Week. And I understand we have other people here for this item. Please join us. And I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Thank you. And thank y'all for being here.
Hello.
I am very honored to present this proclamation today, and after I'm done, maybe, Anthony, you can introduce everyone. How's that? Would you mind holding the proclamation?
Not mine.
Thank you very much. You can. Whereas in Pima County, the arts and culture sector deeply embedded in our region's social fabric and is a vital part of our commitment to creating more connected and enriched communities. And whereas the arts have proven positives, benefits for all ages, and from the development of small children to aging well for older adults. And whereas in Pima County in southern Arizona, the arts and culture sector generated $251 million, in economic activity during 2022, which supported 4,650 jobs, provided residents with $151 million in personal income, and generated $45.6 million in tax revenues to local, state, and federal governments, according to the 22-23 Pima County Arts and Economic Prosperity Survey. Whereas April 15th was declared World Art Day by the International Association of Art in 2012 and adopted by UNESCO in 2019. And whereas April 15th is the birthday of Leonardo da Vinci, who was chosen as a symbol of world peace, freedom of expression, tolerance, and multiculturalism as well as art's importance to other fields, and whereas the Drawing Studio, Sculpture Tucson, Pima Council on Aging, Live Theater Workshop, the Children's Museum Tucson, the Arts Foundation of Tucson and Southern Arizona, and the Southern Arizona Arts and Cultural Alliance, among many other local organizations, support this proclamation because they value fostering an artistic and creative community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the week of April 15th to 19th, 2024 to be Arts and Culture Week, and calls upon everyone in Pima County to celebrate artistic and cultural heritage and recognize the extraordinary impacts of the arts and culture in our community, our economy, and our institutions.
Wonderful. Yay. Here, would you like to hold this? And you can say a few words.
Yes. Thank you very much. I'm Anthony Avila, Development Director at the Drawing Studio, one of the many wonderful organizations that contribute to arts and culture in Tucson, Pima County, and Southern Arizona. And we just want to thank you for all the support and encourage you to donate. Today's Arizona Gives Day to the many arts and culture organizations, and look up the events. There's so many. The weather's getting nice. The rain's clearing up. Come to an event and look up these organizations and support them. We have a few words from Adriana Gallego.
Oh, thank you so much, Anthony. Really want to thank you for taking the lead on this proclamation and bringing all of us together to enjoy a wonderful upcoming week to celebrate arts and culture in community worldwide. As you noted, it's also a UNESCO initiative, and we are a city of gastronomy as well. So arts and culture contribute economically and contribute to the health and social well-being of our communities. And as Anthony mentioned, we certainly welcome you to go to the website Visit Tucson to check out events and plan your outings. Go to the Arts Foundation website so you can look up all of the regional artists and arts organizations that your neighbors have to offer, and also invite you to check out the public art map on our website, because you can create The Weather's Beautiful right now and map out your own public art tour, the beautiful collection for Pima County and the city of Tucson. It's your art collection. Thank you.
Maybe we can pass this down. Just say your name and which organization you represent.
Great.
My name is Kevin Larkin, and I represent the Southern Arizona Arts and Culture Alliance. And just a quick word on the arts and culture here in Southern Arizona. It's such a beautiful and diverse community of artists and creators and amazing nonprofits that do a lot of hard work to elevate our arts and culture. Over the past year, SACA, along with over 100 nonprofit arts and culture organizations, facilitated the Americans for the Arts and Economic Impact Study. And while the economic numbers are very impressive and, a celebration of what the arts contribute, I thought one of the most interesting things out of the survey was that 86% of people that took the survey said that the venue or activity that they were at was inspiring a sense of pride in this neighborhood or community. So I think that's a pretty important thing to remember, that we identify ourselves through our arts and culture, and we appreciate the county for celebrating and elevating that message. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michael Martinez. I'm the Executive Director at Live Theater Workshop, and I am honored to be here and so grateful for this proclamation. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ariel Fry. I'm with the Arts Foundation.
Good morning. I'm Sadie Shaw with the Arts Foundation.
Good morning. My name is Amit Robles, and I'm with the Arts Foundation as well.
Hi, I'm Abby Christensen. I'm also with the Arts Foundation.
Hello, Welwyn Reyes, Director of Public Art, Arts Foundation.
Good morning. My name is Dalia Prado, and I'm also with the Arts Foundation.
Hello, my name is David Gagiola, Program Coordinator at the Arts Foundation as well.
Good morning. My name is Sabrina Parra, and I'm with the Arts Foundation and Public Allies AZ.
Do you guys want to go?
Thank you.
Sure.
We're going. We're coming. Okay. Thank you. Next, we have Supervisor Scott is going to present a proclamation to Sydney Lunsford, Interim Director of the Southern Arizona Association of Education of Young Children, and China Garza, a Pima County Community Engagement Coordinator. First things first, proclaiming the week of April 6th through 12th, 2024 to be the week of the young child in Pima County. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Thank you.
Ms. Garza, Ms. Lunsford. Who are the other Lunsfords?
This is Henry.
Hey, Everett. Hey, Henry. Could you hold this, Ms. Garza? Okay. You can stand with us, Everett. Whereas all of Arizona's children deserve access to quality early care and education environments, and whereas quality child care programs build children's lifelong learning skills during the critical years from birth to age 5, and whereas early childhood education teachers and child care providers are the essential workforce that helps Arizona parents get to work or school, and whereas funding quality child care is a smart investment that improves family well-being, strengthens communities, and grows our state's prosperity, and whereas first things first, Arizona Association for the Education of Young Children and other community organizations, in conjunction with the National Association for the Education of Young Children, are celebrating the 53rd anniversary of the Week of the Young Child. And whereas these organizations are working to improve equitable early childhood opportunities that provide a strong start for children in Pima County, and whereas public policies that support early childhood education for Arizona's youngest learners help our families, communities, and the economy thrive. Now therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the week of April 6 through 12, 2024 to be Week of the Young Child in Pima County, and encourages all citizens to support and invest in early care and education in our community. Congratulations. Want to say a few words? Or Ms. Garza? All right.
Thank you, Supervisor Scott, and thank you to the board for affording us this time in your meeting. It is so critical that we support young children. 90% of a child's brain is developed by the age of 5, and if we want to see healthy communities, we need to invest in healthy families. So thank you for supporting Week of the Young Child, and thank you for having us.
Thank you. Now it's my honor to present a proclamation to Audrey Jimenez, Arizona Interscholastic Association champion and Sunnyside High School senior, coach to, and also joining us will be Coach Anthony Leon, Jose Gastelum, Superintendent of Sunnyside, Stephanie Ponce, principal of Sunnyside High School, and then we have a whole other village. So everyone's going to get to introduce themselves. I do want to say this would be proclaiming Tuesday, April 2nd, 2024 to be Audrey Jimenez Day. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed. Item obviously passes unanimously. I am a huge fangirl. As she walked in, I'm all, oh my gosh. If you all haven't seen her videos, watch what she does. It's amazing. And now you saw her in person, and she does some just like the moves that you make are superhuman over there. So I'm going to meet you in the front. And if anyone who's here for Audrey, if you guys can come on up, please. Okay, who wants to hold hands for her? Okay, so whereas Audrey Jimenez is a Sunnyside High School Blue Devil, and whereas Audrey Jimenez won the Arizona State title for wrestling in the girls division her freshman, sophomore, and junior years, and whereas in 2022 and 2023, the wrestler won a silver medal in the 110-pound weight category at the U20 World Champions, and whereas USA Wrestling, Flow Wrestling, and National Wrestling Hall of Fame and Museum have rated Sunnyside Class 2024 standout Audrey Jimenez as the nation's #1 pound-for-pound female wrestler in May of 2023 for her grades 8 through 12 in 2022-23, and whereas Audrey Jimenez appealed with the Arizona Interscholastic Association to compete against boys this wrestling season, and whereas Audrey Jimenez made history in 2024 as the first woman to win a high school wrestling state title in Arizona in the 56-year-old Peoria Tournament of Champions. I know, it's a lot. She's seriously, I'm just pausing just to take a breath. And whereas Audrey Jimenez is an inspiration to her community, representing the community throughout her technical prowess, strength, and resilience. She's also an amazing student, by the way. I want to make sure I note that. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims Tuesday, April 2nd to be Audrey Jimenez Day, passed and adopted this second day of April 2024. Felicity. Want to say something?
I just want to say thank you so much, and this really does mean a lot to me. I think making a mark in our community is probably the greatest accomplishment while I'm on my journey. And I mean, I'm so grateful for our community and the endless support. And I wouldn't be where I'm at without everybody around me. And it's truly amazing to be here. Thank you.
My name is Stephanie Ponce, and I'm the proud principal of Sunnyside High School. Our students are amazing, but Audrey definitely stands out. You can obviously tell by her talking that she's not only, a humble individual, but she's also a mentor to all the other young ladies for our community. On the weekends, you can find Audrey helping other girl wrestlers, trying to figure out their path. This is just the beginning, and we continue to tell her that. We're really excited for the next things that come from Audrey.
I'm Casey O'Brien, the athletic director at Sunnyside, and I just wanted to say, obviously, it's amazing to have somebody of that caliber at our school. Not only is she good statewide, but I mean, she's good literally in the entire country for what she does, and it's just amazing to have that. And speaking personally to this, I have 2 younger daughters, so like an Audrey Jimenez Day, it gives me another reason to bring her up at our home because they're already fans of her and amazed by everything that she's accomplished. So in my own family, at my own home, she's an inspiration to my kids, showing what can be possible, with if you do the right things and you stay on the right path. So she's amazing to have as part of our athletic department, but more importantly, it's just amazing to have that inspiration for aspiring females as well. So thank you guys for having us today. We really do appreciate it.
I'm Anthony Leone. I'm one of Audrey's coaches, here to support and very grateful for the opportunity that you've afforded Audrey. I also wanted to point out how many wonderful Sunnyside graduates and folks that are in the audience and that work for Pima County. And again, just very, very grateful and thankful that you guys were able to name April 2nd Audrey Jimenez Day.
Good morning. My name is Ted Rodriguez. I'm a Sunnyside School District Board Clerk, and it's an honor and a pleasure for me to be here and accompany Audrey on this fantastic day of recognizing her for her achievements. She was also the first female to win a boys title at state. She won the state championship also, which is a heck of an honor. And not only is she humble and beautiful as a wrestler, but she's beautiful as a young woman. I saw some prom pictures. She looked gorgeous. And Coach Leon doesn't get enough credit. Coach Leon is the backbone of Sunnyside and Sunnyside Wrestling. He's taken it to another level. He's the USA Coach of the Year in the nation. So. Again, congratulations. This is a day I won't forget. April 2nd is on my calendar forever. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you for giving us the opportunity to honor Audrey. I mean, everything that Audrey has achieved is definitely well-deserved. She's a hardworking individual. I think most importantly, she's an inspiration for young, ladies and young girls growing up. And, I think the Sunnyside Wrestling program doesn't get enough credit for the academic success that they have. I mean, they're putting wrestlers into college, Division I colleges each and every year. And so they fit that bill. They fit that expectations that these universities have. And Audrey obviously fits the bill. She just signed with Lehigh University and is headed over there. The other thing is, in a couple weeks, Audrey's going to be competing for a spot on the Olympic team. And so that's just another amazing opportunity. So, as it was said earlier, Google her, look her up on YouTube, look at the videos. I mean, she is defeating wrestlers in open divisions, wrestlers that are twice her age, and she just doesn't back away from anything, and she's super humble. It's never about her. If you listen to just her interviews, it's always about support. It's always about the community. But I'm glad today is about her. So congratulations, Audrey, and thank you, Pima County Board.
So we've been talking about, what she does. Pima County Communications put together a video, so we can watch it real quick.
My name is Audrey Jimenez. I'm 18 years old. I started wrestling when I was 11. I ended up transitioning into wrestling, and I fully committed to that. That's why I stopped doing softball. That's why I stopped doing jiu-jitsu as well. Winning in the boys state championships was different than winning in the girls. I think because a lot of people didn't expect it. When people look at me, they see Sunnyside, they see Tucson, they see, the South Side, and it's really important to me just because I wouldn't be where I'm at without my community and without everybody's support and love. The women who have inspired me is, my mother, my sister, my nana. I guess everybody who's come into my life, I really try, observing what they do and, learning as much as I can from them. In practice, don't be afraid of anything. Don't be afraid of trying new moves. Really give it your all each and every single day with your best attitude, your best effort, and, that will really take you far.
Yeah.
Okay. You'll still have to Google her moves, though. I'm sorry about that. Thought there'd be some moves in there. It's very impressive. So, item
The next presentation and proclamation is to Savannah Randall, Education and Outreach Specialist for the Southwest Fair Housing Council, and Francis Salcido, Housing Program Coordinator, Pima County Community Workforce Development, proclaiming the month of April 2024 to be Fair Housing Month. This is the proclamation that Supervisor Hines will be reading. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. And what is your name? I'm sorry.
Jay Young.
Jay Young is, Savannah wasn't able to be here, but Jay Young is here with the Southwest Fair Housing Council.
Okay. Whereas the Civil Rights Act of 1968, the Fair Housing Act, and the Fair Housing Amendments Act of 1988 ensure full and fair access to housing opportunity, and whereas April 2024 marks the 56th anniversary of the signing of the Fair Housing Act, and whereas shelter is a basic human need, and when shelter is denied, the quality of human life is greatly diminished, and whereas people must not be denied equal access to and enjoyment of housing because of race, color, national origin, religion, gender, disability, or familial status, and whereas Pima County recognizes and values the efforts of those who seek to reduce barriers to full and fair housing opportunity, and whereas April is designated nationally as Fair Housing Month, and whereas Pima County will participate in the 2024 Fair Housing Event Resource Fair hosted by the Southwest Fair Housing Council on Saturday, April 27th, 2024 from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Armory Park in downtown Tucson. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the month of April 2024 to be Fair Housing Month and encourages all Pima County residents to work for tolerance and equal housing opportunities in our community. Passed and adopted this second day of April 2024.
Thank you. My name is Francis Salcido. I am a program housing coordinator for the Community and Workforce Development over at Pima County. I just want to note that April is officially Fair Housing Month. We are celebrating the 56th anniversary. And on April 11th, 1968, President Lyndon B. Johnson made sure that discrimination in housing transactions was unlawful. I just want to let you know that this is what makes me get up every day and work really hard for our community so that we can provide housing and fairness to everybody that deserves it. So we're pleased to work with Southwest Fair Housing, and they're great partners, and we're excited to work on this special project with them. Jay?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jay Young. I'm the director of the Southwest Fair Housing Council. Just want to say thank you to the Pima County Board of Supervisors for their continued support of our agency and our work. The Pima County has been supporting us for over 20 years. Unfortunately, illegal housing discrimination is still very much a part of our country. Over 30,000 complaints were filed in 2022. And most of those complaints go through agencies like ours throughout the country. We provide fair housing services throughout Arizona. That includes education and outreach. So if you go to our website, you can sign up for a class to learn more about fair housing, your fair housing rights and responsibilities as well. And we provide services to help people who have experienced illegal housing discrimination to exercise their fair housing rights and seek the justice that they deserve. So again, April is Fair Housing Month, and we thank Pima County for continued support of the important work we do. So thank you very much, and thank you, Francis.
Thank you.
I want to thank the board too, and my bosses, and Jen Lesher. Thank you.
Thank you. Picture.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Lee.
I would like to say that in 1954, my mother, who was a Pima County health nurse, saved up $15,000 and wanted to buy a house as a single woman, Asian, in Winter Haven. And in 1954, she was denied the ability to pay cash for a house because she was Asian. And that was the case for if you were Latino, Black, Jewish, Native American. So luckily, we're not there, but we still have a long way to go. Thank you.
I also want to mention that I work for Lorraine Lee.
10 years. Oh. So that's where I got my start too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
Next is a presentation of proclamation to Caitlin Monje, Director of the Southern Arizona Center for Sexual Assault. And I'm sorry, I know, Audrey, if you guys have to go because you have, classes and stuff, I'm totally happy to take a pause. Are you okay? Okay, she's not moving. Okay, fine. I just want to make sure, as I was going, I'm like, I should pause. Just give her a chance. And also, we have a lot of administrators here that, run schools. I know how busy that is. You know how busy that is. All right, so I'll start again. Presentation of proclamation to Caitlin Monje, Director, Southern Arizona Center Against Sexual Assault, Christine Welter Hall, Chief Operating Officer, Kodak, Ed Sakwa, CEO, and Anna Harper, Executive Vice President and Chief Strategy Officer for Emerge Center Against Sexual Assault and Abuse, and proclaiming the month of April 2024 to be Sexual Assault Awareness Month, proclaiming the day of Tuesday, April 2nd to be Wear Teal Day. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. And I'll meet you all down here if you're here for this proclamation. Thank you. Okay. So, whereas sexual assault occurs in epidemic proportions across the United States, and whereas 81% of the women and 43% of the men reported experiencing some form of sexual harassment and or assault in their lifetime, and whereas sexual assault violence disproportionately impacts immigrant populations, people of color, people with disabilities, and members of the LGBTQ plus community, nearly half of whom report being sexually assaulted, and whereas April is National Sexual Assault Awareness Month and is signified by wearing the color teal to support survivors and remind the community that we must work together to promote education, awareness, and accountability for sexual violence. And whereas the Southern Arizona Center Against Sexual Assault, Pima County, and the Pima County Attorney's Office, University of Arizona, Emerge, Southern Arizona AIDS Foundation, and the Arizona Coalition to End Sexual Assault and Domestic Violence, the Pima County Sheriff's Department, Tucson Police Department, and other community partners are committed to comprehensive response to end sexual violence in our community. And whereas this year's theme of Sexual Assault Awareness Month is building connected communities, urging the creation of strong, connected communities that take care of one another, communities that make decisions to ensure the safety and well-being of all members are critical to ending sexual violence worldwide. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the month of April 2024 to be Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and Tuesday, April 2nd, to be Wear Teal Day in our community, and encourages all residents to wear an article of teal clothing or a teal ribbon to raise awareness of sexual assault and stand in solidarity with sexual assault victims and support the end of epidemic sexual violence. Passed and adopted this second day of April 2024. Thank you. Okay.
Why, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Good morning.
Come on.
Come on up.
I was like, I swear you were here a minute ago.
As Chair Grijalva mentioned, this year on a national level for Sexual Assault Awareness Month, we are being called on to build connected communities. We recognize that a connected community is one that is informed and educated. A community that is connected is engaged and supportive. And a connected community can foster safety, healing, and wellness for its community members, all of which are extremely important. They're vital for survivors of sexual violence. So as I reflect on that theme for this year, I'm incredibly grateful that here in Pima County, we have such a solid foundation of supportive organizations, supporters, and community leaders who continue to create those safe spaces for survivors to heal and for us to come together to call for an end to sexual violence. So we encourage everybody all month long to participate in the variety of events that community partners are putting together. You can visit sacasa.org, that's SACASA.org, to see all the different events that are going on throughout the month of April. But all year long, stepping forward to support survivors and call for an end to this type of violence in our community. And I'm just incredibly grateful for our amazing community partners like Emerge and the support from Chair Grijalva and the Board of Supervisors ongoing to support these efforts. So thank you so much, and I will invite Ed, would you like to add any comments?
I'll just say that there's an enormous amount of sexual violence infused within many relationships where domestic violence exists. And we are thrilled to have partners like Sakasa who have the expertise to support in that area. As Caitlin mentioned, it's all about collaboration, and that we couldn't have a better partner than Sakasa, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you. Now we're going to start call to the public. So if any of you that were here for proclamations would like to, wave, it's okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Super fan. Super. She's just amazing. Okay, so now we're going to start with call to the public. We so far have 11 speakers, so every speaker will have 3 minutes. I'll go ahead and read the call to the public guidelines. Citizens attending the meeting shall observe rules of propriety, decorum, and good conduct. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks or who becomes boisterous while addressing the board may be removed by the sergeant at arms if directed by the chair. Such person may be barred from further audience before the board. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stomping of feet, whistling, yells, or similar demonstration shall not be permitted by the chair, who may direct offenders from the hearing room. With that, I'll go ahead and call in groups of 3, and if you'd like to go ahead and sit in the front row, that would be very helpful. Robert Royce, Steve Wilcox, and Sharon Green. 3 speakers.
I appreciate the acknowledgement. As you all know, I did not file a petition yesterday, the deadline. I figured out a week ago that the best I could expect was a fileable petition, so I just stopped. The 1,418 signatures that I discovered I needed in January was a couple hundred more than I expected when I started this procedure 6 months ago. And of course, 1,418 signatures really means 1,800 signatures, because I absolutely know that you would have been pawing over insufficient petition and it would be thrown out. So I just gave up. I'm redirecting I've gotten a very good response. People like me. They like my soft-spoken voice. They like the attention they get. Unfortunately, what that means is some people who are not actually District 1 residents would actually sign the petition because they liked me and they liked what I had to say. So that's like probably 15% right there. Then you get others that were not registered at all, or that actually, in any case, I'm redirecting my energy to the Jefferson City of Tucson petition, Jefferson Party, which only requires 2,000 signatures, while our county petition requires over 7,000. I believe that if I start organizing a organization at this point, I should have a Jefferson Party petition certified by January, so we can contest all 3 of these seats that are up for election next year, 2 of which at least are going to be open. The situation with the mayor is becoming very worrisome. That incident last meeting where she comes in and she's waving a bunch of cards and says, everybody's going to be heard today. And then she spends 10 minutes wastes 10 minutes calling on all the people from 2 weeks before that weren't there. And then she says, oh, this is going to take 3 or 4 hours. Everyone's going to be heard. And then after an hour, she says, oh, we're done. She ignored the fact that I had a card in from 2 weeks before and that night. And she totally blew me off and lied to everyone in the city when she said that everyone had been heard. So I don't understand this irrational fear of me by you and your fellow Grijalvaistas. I have been the loudest and most consistent opponent of the system the way it's set in, and for that I've gotten total contempt and hate. And I actually made a little adrenaline for the first time that night, and I'm going to use it.
Thank you. Steve Wilcox?
Greetings. Last time I spoke, to give context, I used the word COVID. As soon as it left my mouth, I knew I'd lost you. I still believe your reference, Chair Grijalva, to Holy Week was genuine. The subject of my remarks, time allotted to the public. My thesis, 3 minutes is optimum, 4 minutes is too long, 2 minutes not merely too short, but 2 minutes represents a truncation of a biologically based attention span time unit. Support, the popular song. Selecting from the core of the golden age of American pop music, one top 10 song from the years 1965, 1966, 67, and 68. 1965, My Girl, Temptations, 2 minutes, 44 seconds. 1966, California Dreamin', Mamas and the Papas, 2 minutes, 37 seconds. 1967, To Sir with Love, Lulu, 2 minutes, 44 seconds. 1968, Sitting on the Dock of the Bay, Otis Redding, 2 minutes, 46 seconds. When a member of the public appears before you, respectfully acknowledges you, and finishes with a thank you, that leaves almost exactly the length of a pop song, equivalent to one natural attention span time unit, to convey their thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Green, followed by Lori Moore, Corey Stevens, and Lexi Alvarez.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. The information I have today is based on the military accountability website of our military who has been damaged during this COVID episode that we just went through. So I quote partly from their document. In the course of human events, it sometimes becomes necessary to admonish the lawless, encourage the faint-hearted, and strengthen the weak. We have reached such a time in our history. The affairs of our nation are now steeped in avaricious corruption, and our once stalwart institutions, including the Department of Defense, are failing to fulfill the moral obligations upon which they were founded. Standing upon our natural and constitutional rights, we hereby apprise the American people that we have exhausted all internal efforts to rectify recent criminal activity within the armed forces. In the Declaration of Independence, our founding fathers sought separation. We seek no separation, but through this letter and the efforts pledged herein, we pursue restoration through accountability. We intend to rebuild trust and restore the role of law, particularly within the armed forces. Ultimately, we strive to once again become a moral people, restoring our nation and making it again worthy of the great gift of liberty won by the colonial era American people. While implementing the COVID-19 mandates, military leaders broke the law, as did many other political groups. They trampled constitutional rights, denied informed consent, permitted unwilling medical experimentation, and suppressed the free exercise of religion. Service members and families were significantly harmed by these actions. Their suffering continues to be felt financially, emotionally, and physically. Some service members became a part of our ever-growing veteran homeless population. Some developed debilitating vaccine injuries, and some even lost their lives. In an apparent attempt to avoid accountability, military leaders are continuing to ignore our communication regarding the injuries and the laws that were broken. These signatories will do all that is morally and legally necessary to achieve accountability. Other groups who have also had their constitutional rights restricted are now seeking accountability by political leaders who have violated the public trust. It is time for trust to be restored. You can go to militaryaccountability.net to support our military and sign their petition. 231 people originally who were signed this petition, and now we have 33,000 people who have signed on to it. I hope you support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori Moore?
My name is Laurie Moore. We know the Dems on this board are perpetuating the illegal invasion of this country through Pima County. We are now the largest port of illegal entry in the U.S. Along with the illegal invasion and the drugs of mass destruction pouring in, the lucrative, inhumane business of child trafficking is alive and well, thanks to Joe Biden and Democrats. And this being Sexual Violence Awareness Month, there are minions in Pima County right now securing signatures for abortion under the false pretense of women's health. This bill that they're going after has nothing to do with women's health. This initiative is far more diabolical. It should be called the Forced Silence Initiative of the Raped, Pregnant, Trafficked Child. And if it gets on the ballot, it will be part of the Arizona Constitution. The Fake Abortion Initiative protects the human traffickers, rapists, and pedophiles, leaving girls as young as 10 with no voice, no choice, and no protection from the police. This ballot measure would allow an abortion up to the moment of birth or 36 weeks. Is there a market for full-term aborted babies? There must be, or it wouldn't be so urgent to get it on the ballot. Along with this is the mandate to keep the parents of minors left out of the abortion decision. Girls between 10 and 17 would not have to inform their parents. This is not to protect the pregnant minor. It is to protect the trafficker, the rapist, and the pedophile. Dispose of the aborted fetus or baby, never arrest the rapist or pedophile, and back to business as usual, no questions asked. And there is no medical doctor involved. Human trafficking of children is more lucrative than dealing drugs. This initiative is all about protecting the human trafficking industry and the monsters who harm children. All roads lead back to the open border, which leads to the Dems on this board. What are you doing to close this border and stop child trafficking? The answer, nothing.
Corey Stevens?
Item number 17. In this 247-page report, I see nothing but redundancy, wasted money, and a failure to address and act accordingly to the root cause of the issues at the Pima County Jail. In all the years the county has participated in the MacArthur Foundation Safety and Justice Program, has there ever been significant decline in the jail population? No. A decrease in recidivism? No. The only time there was a significant decrease in the jail population was during COVID. We have seen what happens in cities that fail to prosecute and decide to go woke. Places like Portland, Seattle, San Francisco, and Detroit. You are focusing all of your attention on the jail, yet you fail to address the issues outside of the jail. The wide open border where drugs are flooding into Pima County, into homeless encampments, and onto the streets. A county attorney who fails to prosecute. No substantial mental health hospital. Matt's bright idea to reduce the jail population, to release some of the jail population out on ankle monitors. Maybe you aren't up to date on ARS statute, Matt. I wonder if you are aware of what is required of individuals released on ankle monitors and the conditions they must meet to be released. Are you aware of the cost associated with home monitoring, such as hiring additional probation officers to check on parolees? Often they must submit to daily urinalysis or breathalyzer checks and the costs associated with that. Nanos tried to use this as part of his platform last time he ran for office, but quickly realized as part of this that it was against ARS statute, as most offenders in the Pima County Jail had previous violent offenses and thus didn't qualify. Before you form a new committee, waste more money, why not ask people like John Stuckey and Deanna Johnson in pretrial services, as they spent considerable time at another agency examining just how well criminal justice reform doesn't work? Then you can start going after drug dealers, start cleaning up our city, and stop wasting taxpayer money. If all this MacArthur safety and justice reform nonsense really works, then why did Nanos want you to build him a new jail? Let's ask him that, because it doesn't work. Stop asking for this grant money, and let's do something different. Start focusing on the streets, clean up the city, get rid of the encampments, and let's focus our time elsewhere. Do your job.
Lexi Alvarez, followed by Bex Diamond, Joseph Alvarez, and Sandy Davenport.
Hello, I'm Lexi Alvarez with the Tucson Bail Fund, and I'm here to speak today on agenda item number 17. We were thrilled to read the statements made by Supervisors Adelita Grijalva and Matt Hines in a March 16th Daily Star article saying that they would not be willing to move forward with the new jail proposal. In the piece, Supervisor Grijalva also said something that particularly resonated with me. There are so many other things that we could do that are not being done in our community to reduce the jail population. There is more than one way to think about an overburdened jail. The role that the jail is playing in our community is outsized. Vulnerable people across Pima County are having crises around substance use, houselessness, and medical neglect, and are being incessantly criminalized rather than helped. I ask you to invest more time, energy, and money into our community around these issues first. I also want to make it clear that a transition center is not a magical catch-all solution for addressing these issues either. People don't just need referrals to services, they need community-based programs that are deeply funded. $800 million is a lot of money, and the fact that we are talking about it all going to a jail while the county congratulates itself for investing a mere $10 million into affordable housing solutions is the problem. Tucson's most vulnerable are counting on you all to do more. Thank you.
Thank you. Bex Diamond?
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name's Bex Diamond. I work with the Tucson Bail Fund. I've also been a lifelong Tucsonan for my whole life. Been living here on this land in this community for 31 years. I'm currently here to speak on the agenda item for the new commission on the jail, I read the March 29th memorandum. I noticed that the suggested new commission has groups of folks who either work in law enforcement or adjacent to law enforcement and other, professionals. I did also notice that it is sorely lacking representation from the larger community, specifically folks who are being incarcerated. People who are incarcerated at the jail, I feel like they are important stakeholders in jail conditions, it's just in this conversation. So I humbly ask the board to please remember the humanity of the people who will be most directly and severely impacted by any decision made regarding the jail. We are well aware by now, we've heard all the stories. We're aware of the deeply embedded culture of dehumanization at the jail. We've heard the stories of the jail deaths, and, I don't have to repeat any of that today. I just wanted to say that people who work in law enforcement, we don't really have a practice of holding law enforcement accountable to the actual well-being or best interests of people who are incarcerated at the jail. We've seen this pattern for decades, generations even. We need people on this new commission who are currently living in neighborhoods that are being policed. We need people who are family members of people who are currently forced to live at the jail. And the current draft of this commission, in the memorandum, it doesn't accurately represent stakeholders. I feel like it really, really needs to. I invite you to please remember your own humanity. Please remember the humanity of the folks who are living in the jail, and remember that you have power from the seat that you're in right now. You have the power to impact people's lives with your decision. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Joseph Alvarez?
Hello, my name is Joseph Alvarez, and I rise to congratulate the board on their recent decision to forego using the county funds to build another jail. We have known since the 1971 Stanford prison experiments that jail staff tend to cruelty. At the Pima County Adult Detention Center on Silver Lake, the Arizona State Legislature provided them with a ConPass DV full-body security scanning system, similar to what you see in a modern-day airport, but actually a closer relative to what you would find in a diamond mine. Reportedly, it performs a scan in 7 seconds, and it is able to alert jail staff to contraband that is concealed on or inside of an arrestee, even if it's in their digestive tract. It's reported to be more accurate, less invasive, and more efficient than a strip search and a body cavity inspection. And it certainly sounds to me like the full body scanner, very expensive item, would make this jail safer and detention, the experience a little bit less degrading dignity at no cost to security. But the jail staff kind of thought, what's the fun of that? And they're still performing these strip searches and body cavity inspections because qualified immunity. I recently worked on a case of a woman who did not answer the mental health counselor's questions during intake, and she was declared to be a suicide risk because better safe than sorry. She got taken to a bathroom by two female correctional officers in order to strip, bend over, and touch her toes, but she had sciatica and was not able to touch her toes. So she got taken to the ground because they felt that when she turned to say something to them, that she menaced them. All $120 of her, 5'2", naked, so scary. So she spent the night strapped to a restraint board and 4-point restraint, checked on by a nurse periodically to see if her extremities had turned purple. She would ask this nurse to allow her to go to the restroom. She was not allowed to go to the restroom and urinated on herself, and that remained the case until arraignment early in the morning. She went to video court. They asked her, "Are you suicidal?" She said no. They said, "Cool." And so she ends up traumatized. She's a nurse. And she realized that the nurse that checked on her had violated the scope of practice of nursing. And that has become, I think, epidemic to all of the carceral system within the state of Arizona. And so I would suggest, because these nurses are in regular violation of their lawful scope of practice, that some sort of oversight that is not prison officials or not jail officials be looking at these individuals from NAV care, because they are creating little hothouse sociopaths that are masquerading as nurses. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sandy Davenport, and our last two speakers are Dave Smith and Amelia Craig Kramer.
Good morning, Chair Grijalva, Supervisors, and County Administrator. My name is Sandy Davenport, and I'm a member of the Tucson NAACP Criminal Justice Committee. I'm here to speak about the proposal for a committee to study and implement steps to reduce the jail population. The goal of reducing the number of those in our jail is critically important for those affected and the community. I agree with prioritizing other methods and processes besides jail for those who do not pose a danger to the community, and I support the establishment of the new Justice System and Infrastructure Review Committee recommended by County Administrator Lesher. I believe that the results of the county's MacArthur Safety and Justice Challenge identified ways to use other options besides jail for low-level offenses and failure to appear for court dates. I also recall that a process was used that cut the jail population by almost 1/3 when COVID was a crisis. That same process should be used now, since the number of deaths, including overdoses and suicides, in the jail can make admittance to that setting a health crisis in itself. And let the Jail Population Review Committee step up its releasing and diverting those who do not need to be jailed, and include misdemeanors as well as felony charges. If the proposed Justice System and Infrastructure Review Committee sticks to measurable goals, including collecting and reporting the data that makes clear who goes to jail due to assignment of excessive bail and stopping those assignments, reducing the percentage of African Americans in the jail to their percentage in the general population in the community, and using referral to the transition center instead of jail for failures to appear, where people can get a phone, resources, follow-up, and transportation to make their court dates. Then it will be a committee that truly makes a positive difference. Let's include strategies the county has already identified that prevent unnecessary jailing of those who do not pose a danger to the community. Thank you for your attention to this very important issue.
Thank you. Dave Smith? And if anyone else wishes to speak, I only have one more card left. So please submit it.
All right, good morning, Board of Supervisors, Steve by remote there. I thank you for recognizing the loss of Adam Buckner this morning because, these are people out there on the street who risk their lives in this day and age when they're usually contempt and other disregarding activities against law enforcement that are inappropriate in a civil society. These people risk their lives every day, and then we had one lose his. And actually, that's where the part of town I was a midtown cop when I was with TPD in those days. They know the risk, yes, but you also have a risk. You are the ones who are entrusted with this county's welfare. And I've talked to you before about the lifeboat analogy, and Doctor, you weren't with us at that time, but we all know the ethical question about you got a lifeboat that's almost full, which is us today, and now you got all these people swimming up. And you have to make a decision. You have to decide what resources you can use or not. 3 weeks ago, we were in a panic. They were going to do street releases. You didn't have a structure. You had nothing to take care of it, and you didn't know what to do. But now, Deo ex machina, the government hands us millions of dollars, and now it's not a problem, not even being discussed. Where's your infrastructure? Where's your plan? I ask you, what is the goal of all this immigration? All this, it's not immigration, it's an invasion. They're illegal aliens. What is your goal? Teleologically, what will happen in the end? How are we going to have these resources? We're already stretched, all these things, and you don't have a backup, and you've built no infrastructure. We talk about a jail. Well, the problem is it isn't just a jail, it's all these social structures. Everybody's talking about you haven't built the infrastructure. You've spent all this money on people who are not your constituents, they're not your responsibility. We form governments to protect ourselves, our lives, ensure our own ability to live freely and have those things where we can develop our private property, which was actually another way you could say happiness. But now we don't. You don't protect our private property. You don't protect our lives. You don't protect our resources, and you give it up to other people who are coming here. We have no idea who these people are. We have no idea what their assimilation process will be, if they will be assimilated at all. Are they hostile? Are they friendly? Now the FBI is warning us about potential terrorist attacks. And we sit here and we're discussing, we'll get should we going to do the new jail? Look, the jail, of course, one of the problems we have to face is that the jail isn't the problem. It's management of the jail. I've said this over and over again. A new jail, poorly managed, is going to be no better than an old jail, poorly managed. And this is the thing. This is the process of government, and you have to be governors. You have to do those things, and I ask you to think about it. Build your infrastructures. Tell me, what's your plan? What in the end are you going to do? Hopefully the welfare of this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Amelia Kramer? And Amelia is our last speaker, so if anyone else wishes to put in a card, please do.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Like Ms. Davenport, I am here on behalf of the NAACP Tucson branch. And the NAACP, as she indicated, strongly supports County Administrator Jan Lesher's proposal to establish a new justice system and infrastructure review committee. We're very pleased the County Administrator has changed her mind about recommending establishment of yet another commission to engage in study, which might simply result in further delay, and that she instead now proposes to get right to work with the new Justice System and Infrastructure Review Committee. Additionally, we're pleased that the County Administrator's proposal includes a commitment to gather and report data relating to the jail, bail, and recidivism, to find a way to reduce the jail population, and to provide better mental and behavioral health services, especially for those suffering from mental illness, substance use disorders, poverty, and homelessness. We're also pleased the County Administrator proposes to have her new committee work on data collection and reporting regarding the overall jail population, money bail, failures to appear, and recidivism. The NAACP believes data collection and reporting should be the most urgent deliverable, and we ask that it be achieved within calendar year 2024. The NAACP has been talking about this for 2 years, and it's time to get down to business. We urge that data reporting should include information about racial and ethnic disparities, and that a specific goal of the new committee should be to eliminate racial and ethnic disparities in the jail population, so that our community, whose population is 4% African American overall, does not continue to have a jail population that is 12% African American. We have all heard the saying, "What gets measured gets done." We hope this board will ask the county administrator to have this new committee commence data reporting by the end of calendar year 2024, and to have the committee identify specific, measurable goals, not only to reduce the jail population, but also to eliminate racial and ethnic disparities. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Got one more card. Thank you. Anton Russell.
Morning, everybody. In honor of the proclamations that were read today, many of them are holding high hopes for the children and the people that are looking to Tucson, Arizona, Pima County as a friendly place. I read a poem called Moon Children. On Monday, there will be an eclipse. Treat yourselves to a dance from the sun and the moon. The cookie in the sky, all the world's eyes busy making the morning meal for a family. Sharing the floor with the earth, same as elders share curious with toddlers, wondering about sex and or toys. All of the world's eyes are turned up towards the sun, and there goes our very bold moon, giving the sun what we're. Moon children, we are the ones kept together by her, and we go out into the dark, out beneath the secrets of man, hoping not to be compressed by the heat in the night. We and our world, nation, our global hue, for in her blackness we are each one, all a warm hue of several shades. We are finding our way back to ourselves through our practices. We are the wild that is still left in civilized man, making our presence known in these small and untamely ways. There is an element to being wild and another element to being aware, to what is human. Our witnesses are all throughout nature. Most of them hold us in contempt, see our bodies break under the argument, pressure of relational moments, moments bonding us to human, children of whoever they were. Moon children do not concern ourselves with thoughts or man's mind, whose apparel is so breezy. We are aware that moonsies are witnessed as a global majority who are children of the sun too. The lights within us and the tint of our bodies, releasing our purification as mood. We look to our moon for cues on boldness, because she is the only one bold enough to mock a sun. When the day ends, August nights feel like a roasting of the gods in heaven down here. Just like our moon mama can, she boldly steps out in front of the sun, caught spotting us all down here. Her children, so boldly believing in our seeds. We hope to harvest come spring and are not looking up for annual solar eclipse. Never mind. Moon children look within, and she is full of herself and sun.
Thank you. Mr. Russell was our last speaker, and so with that, I'll go ahead and, I don't have any other cards, so I'll go ahead and close the call to the audience and ask my colleagues if they wish to ask staff to review a matter, ask that a matter be put on a future agenda, or respond to a criticism. I don't see anyone, so we'll go ahead and move on. If it's okay, I do see our treasurer, Beth Ford, I'm assuming waiting for item number 16. We have a time certain of number 13 at 10:30. So if we could, thank you all for coming. If there isn't any objection, can we skip to 16 so we can talk about that process? Okay, so this is the Pima County Treasurer appointment process, discussion, direction, action regarding whether a virtual public forum needs to be scheduled with the League of Women Voters of Greater Tucson for qualified applicants. We have 3 applicants based on a memo dated today, Patty E. Davidson, Raymond J. Carroll, and John Christopher Ackerley. So we have some options as a board. We've done this both ways. We've had a forum with League of Women Voters. We've also done our own individual interviews, and historically, as we fill these positions, we have not filled them with a person who's running for the position. And so I wanted to know if you all wanted to have a discussion about that. My preference would be, regardless of whether, we go forward with the 3 or decide to narrow the pool, that we could do our own individual interviews. But that's just my preference, but I'm not tied to that either way. Supervisor Hines?
Yeah, it just seems to me in this situation we have, the kind of the precedent we've sort of set is those who are running we're not going to likely appoint. So that eliminates one person. Another person is a sitting elected official. That appointing this person would disrupt government, frankly, and cause an additional appointment to be required. I think there's only really one obvious choice, and we should just make it and move on and not delay anything with a forum or with any. I just think we should move forward. I would love to do it even today if possible, but I think we can't because technically she's not physically gone yet. Although, actually, maybe we get a clarification. Can we do a conditional anticipatory appointment?
I think that's a legal question. I think it's the soonest we could appoint, because we outlined the process at our last meeting. I think the earliest we could appoint is what we stated in that vote. Technically, I guess we could change it, but we cannot. We can appoint someone the day after Ms. Ford's scheduled resignation. I'm guessing that's what we could do.
Okay.
Legal.
Mr.
Brown.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Hines, I think that's correct, and I have a little bit of concern with the title of this item.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else? Supervisor Christie.
Yes, on this issue of a precedent, I'm not quite sure which precedent we're looking at. If we all remember when Sheriff Clarence Dupnick retired, he asked very fervently that Sheriff Nanos be his replacement, and the board granted that request out of respect to the many years that Sheriff Dupnick served, and I think the same can be applied here. We have a treasurer that served. I'm not sure if she served as long as Sheriff Dupnick, but certainly she served 24 years, and I think she has probably a very good and solid insight into the needs and ways of her office, and she's made it very clear that she has, just like Sheriff Dupnick did, a successor that she is very adamant, if you would allow, to replace her for purposes of continuity and expertise. So I tried at the last meeting to circumvent the process, an unnecessary process of the League of Women Voters, and if anything, I think that we can do it on our own with the interviews. But quite honestly, I think we should do with the precedent set by Sheriff Dupnick and honor the request of the outgoing treasurer.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. I think I was speaking specifically to, at least since Supervisor Scott, Supervisor Hines and I have been on the board, we've looked to people who were not running for the office, but I'm not tied to that. I agree with you in that we should probably do our own interviews, considering the number of people. But anyone else want to speak? Supervisor Scott.
I don't feel that this situation should be judged based on what we did when we made the appointment to replace Supervisor Bronson. I don't feel that set any kind of precedent as it's been characterized today. I think every situation is different. I certainly intend to proceed with interviews with each one of the 3 applicants, but I would also advocate for moving forward with the League of Women Voters Forum, because I think that is another opportunity for both the board and the public to see how these applicants conduct themselves in a public setting, responding to questions from the moderator. I know that I watched the forum that Supervisor Lee and the other applicants for the District 3 position went through, and it helped me get a better sense of what each of them would bring to the table. So my own preference is that we not only move forward with our own interviews, my staff is scheduling mine right now, but that we also ask the league to conduct a forum.
Okay. So I'm hearing
Madam Chair?
3 for, or at least 2 for individual interviews, 1 for just appointment, and 1 for League of Women Voters. Supervisor Lee, did you want to weigh in on this, or?
You know, the process that I went through, I thought was very fair. And I think that I would agree that having a forum really gives gives the public a chance to see what each individual, the 3 that have applied, are all about. And I would agree that a forum, I don't know necessarily that I need to do a private interview, but I would agree with your opportunity to do so if you chose. So I would vote for a forum.
Okay. Supervisor Hines, did you want to add something?
No, I just think it's a waste of time, and we should move forward on the 16th with a vote. So let's just get it done so we can vote on the 16th and not waste anybody's time.
Okay. Supervisor Christie, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I would venture to say that my colleagues probably, as do I, have our minds made up as to who we want. So a forum, I might be a little startling, but I agree with Supervisor Hines that perhaps it would be the most important thing to proceed with this and get it out in the public. Now, if there's a time or a place where the candidates can come before this board, if necessary, and explain why or why not they should be voted upon. And the other thing, too, is I don't understand what the big deal is if somebody wants to run again, if they want to fulfill the remainder of the term. I think it gives a lot of credibility to the person if they say, I'm going to run again, because they're held accountable during that interim time when they're continuing the term of the outgoing official. So it's probably best that we expedite this whole exercise and that we don't necessarily wait for the League of Women Voters to have this forum, because I believe we've all made up our minds.
Okay. I have not, but I think we have a mixed bag. So I'm going to go ahead and go with the option of having a forum. If we choose to have our own individual interviews, we can, but no one has to. And that we'll go with the 3 candidates that submitted for the treasurer position. So I'll go ahead and move that.
Second.
And I have a second from Supervisor Scott. I hear both the comments. I understand. I have not personally had have a specific, candidate in mind. I had some concerns that I thought were, expressed based on previous appointments, that we're looking to people who are not necessarily to give people an advantage in this upcoming office while they're running for election. That's, maybe I misread the situation, or perhaps it is by, case by case. But either way, that's sort of where I am. So we have a motion and I have a second from Supervisor Scott. Any other comments? All right. I'll ask for a roll call vote, please.
Okay. Chair Grijalva, just to clarify, the virtual public forum to be conducted by the League of Women Voters?
Yes.
Okay. Supervisor Christie.
Oh, Madam Chair, I do have a question. When is this plan to be, this forum with the League of Women Voters?
It would have to be before our next board meeting on April 16th.
Okay. Well, I honestly, if the will of the board wants to have a forum with the League of Voters, I've gone through them. I don't care. I'm just, I think we could probably get this done today, but Thank you for answering
Yeah,
the question.
I think that's not agendized, though. So although we have expressed interest from more than one supervisor, what is on the agenda is whether we're going to have a virtual forum or not, whether we need to have one scheduled or not. That's what we have to decide. And so the motion and second is to go ahead and move forward with the virtual forum for the 3 applicants that have qualified and expressed interest, which would be Patty E. Davidson, Raymond J. Carroll, and John Christopher Ackerley. Okay, so that's the motion. So we're going to do a roll call on that.
Supervisor Christie?
Yes.
Supervisor Hines?
No.
Supervisor Lee?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes. Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Hines voting no. Okay, now we're going to the time certain item at 10:30. It's the Board of Supervisors representative updates on boards, committees, and commissions in other municipalities. I do want to say, I feel like there's a little bit of confusion on this item. This is, and because I didn't clarify, I know that Supervisor Lee asked that a presentation happen during this time. I think in the future, if we have a presentation from somebody coming into our space, or any other presentation, that we add our own agenda, like it be its own agenda, just for transparency's sake, because there isn't really anything else necessarily attached on this item, that when people are looking at it in the public, it just has the one line with no attachments. We can always attach things, but I think in general, there should be its own item. But this is just the Board of Supervisors with updates on the boards and committees and commissions that we represent the Board of Supervisors on, or other municipalities, because many of us have other cities within our district. So with that, I'll go ahead and give everyone an opportunity. I know that Supervisor Lee has someone coming in to do a presentation, so we'll just save you for last. Does that make sense? Okay, so I'll just say for me, I attended the Board of Health meeting on Wednesday, March 27th. It was really a review of some of the supplementals and the fact that a big focus on the fact that syphilis is up a lot in our community, very similar to the previous meeting, and it was very short. So our next Board of Health meeting is going to be on April 24th. Any other? Yes, Supervisor Scott.
Chair Grijalva, I want to use this time to commend both County Administrator Lesher and Deputy County Administrator DeBonis, because they are our representatives to the Technical Management Committee that advises the Regional Transportation Authority Board. And not only did they have a meeting on Monday, but they have another meeting tomorrow morning in preparation for advising the RTA board as to how we might move forward on some of the issues where we still need to reach consensus in terms of moving an RTA next plan into the public review phase. The RTA board, as well as the PAG Regional Council, will meet on April 4th, and then the RTA board will meet again on April 25th, and we also have a meeting in May. Again, I think it is the hope of all 9 members of the RTA board to get an RTA next plan out for the public review phase after our May meeting. And I really want to thank Ms. Lesher and Mr. DeBonis for their efforts, along with the jurisdictional representatives from the other jurisdictions, in terms of trying to move this process forward. Thank you, Chair Grijalva.
Thank you. Any? Supervisor Christie, Supervisor Hines? Okay, Supervisor Lee.
I had the opportunity, along with several individuals from the county, to attend the state of the town of Marana, and very much thought that Mayor Honey and the town council talked about the extensive growth they're experiencing, and also the fact that they were part of the Ascent group that is, I believe, starting out with 2 new hangars in Pinal Air Park, but the workforce is going to obviously, or very much of the workforce is going to live in the town of Marana, which also is Pima County. So I was very pleased to hear that. And I don't know, Supervisor, Vice Chair Scott, did you have anything you wanted to mention about that luncheon?
I'm always really grateful to the mayors of the towns. They always invite me to their State of the Town events because we serve on the PAG Regional Council and the RTA Board together. And I thought that Mayor Honey made reference to the central importance of relationships in every successful endeavor in life. And I very much appreciated him having that thematic focus to his remarks.
I'd also like to thank you. I'd also like to say that Mayor Honey did pay tribute to Sharon Bronson for her 27 years, and he was very appreciative of all of her work and mentioned her several times. And he also mentioned Administrator Lesher and how much he appreciates the relationship with the county and all of the hard work that she is doing. So thank you.
Thank you. Did you have a presentation? Something you were going to share?
Well, actually, I was going to ask that Administrator Lesher do the intros on that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. That was supposed to happen during this time, yes?
I have it later. I
What
apologize.
time? I'm sorry.
Was there a time certain?
10:30. Yeah, right.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm like, I think it's now, right? Okay, great.
Thank you.
I just wanted to make sure I wasn't messing up.
Apologize.
No worries. Hi, how are you? Thank you for joining us.
And if I may then just, excuse me, or Supervisor Lee, did you want to-
Go right ahead.
I think many of us have had an opportunity to work with Mr. Ramirez in the past years, does an incredible amount of work with Santa Cruz County and many other counties looking at numerous issues related to the border, primarily looking at the economics of our shared partnership between Arizona and Mexico. I think we've served on the Arizona-Mexico Commission about 100 years ago together, so I know his knowledge is deep in the area. This was a presentation made to the Arizona Border Counties Coalition in some part, and I know that Supervisor Lee felt that we would all benefit, as do I, from the opportunity to hear the presentation as well. So thank you for being here.
Thank you. Madam Chair, good morning. My name is Luis Ramirez, President of Ramirez Advisors. I didn't know I was going to be out of order even before I got up here, so I apologize. Supervisor Lee, thank you so much for the invitation to be here. And I was told I have between 5 to 8 minutes to do what I normally do in about 45 minutes. So we will run through this very quickly. By the way, the presentation is available for all of you, so please check the numbers. One of the things that we try to do is we look at our trade with Mexico, the tourism that comes from Mexico, the investment that happens on both sides of the border. One of the things we have done is to try to look at our ports of entry as a system versus independent entities. Yes, individual ports have specific requirements, but we thought we'd just share some of the data with you. I hope you can see it. Again, I don't expect you to remember the numbers, but a lot of people are surprised when we tell them that our ports of entry, principally three, San Luis, Nogales, and Douglas, although we also have Naco, Sassava, and Lukeville. But our ports of entry last year in 2023 processed over 460,000 northbound trucks. That the U.S. government or the Mexican government do not track the southbound flows, or if you're in Mexico, the entry into the country. But typically what we do is to get a better picture of what happens at the ports of entry, we double that number. So when we're talking about 460,000 northbound trucks, that's 900 to 950,000 trucks that are crossing the border in each direction. 9.3 million cars in northbound numbers, 23.4 million people, and 889 trains. You are very familiar with trains here in the Tucson and Pima County. Doesn't sound like a big number, but the trains that used to be 40, 50 rail cars long, there are now 80, 90, 100, 120 rail cars long that have a big impact at the border. The information is provided for you on all the individual ports of entry. We try to track it and compare it. For the period of January through February of this year, 2024, the latest data, trucks are up 4.8%, cars are down 5.2%, and we can talk about that. But although cars are down, people are up by 0.7%. And this is, I think, the most shocking number, is that pedestrians are up by 14%. Lines for cars are getting longer. People are getting out of the cars and crossing on foot. Pedestrian numbers are up significantly. Next slide, please. Trade with Mexico and trade with Canada. We look at the USMCA partnership. Trade with Mexico last year reached $19.8 billion, with Canada $5.3 billion, for a combined number of $25.1 billion in trade between Arizona and our two principal partners. When you look at that last year, Arizona's total exports to the world were $28.8 billion. Just to trade, the exports to Mexico and Canada represent about 38% of Arizona's total trade with the world. We think that's a significant number. Next slide, please. Our ports of entry are also gateways. You will see a total on the bottom there in the red square of 35.7, 35.8 billion. That is the number that is processed at our ports of entry. That is product that is not coming from Arizona or destined for Arizona. It's going to Illinois, it's going to Ohio, it's going to Michigan, or it's going to Jalisco, or it's going to Mexico City. It's simply passing through. So we are the gateway for over $35.8 billion. But remember, the trade with Mexico was only $19.8 billion. I mean, $17 billion passes through Arizona. It's just a pass-through. We don't do anything to that. That is a tremendous opportunity for us to look at those companies, those products, those commodities, to see what we can do in our region and have a better impact for us. I will spend the next few minutes just talking about the investments we're making on our ports of entry. Next slide, please. San Luis last year processed 3.3 million cars, 7.8 million people. We're now tearing down the existing port of entry at downtown, the San Luis One port of entry. As you can see, the picture on the left of the screen, highly outdated, overburdened facility. It's getting torn down and built back up to a facility that's going to go from 7 car lanes to 16 car lanes. And the initial investment, $307 million. But port of entry can't be just shut down, to tear it down and build it back up. It must remain operational during the entire construction phase. That's why the project is going to take about 55 to 60 months to complete. Next slide, please. Douglas, the same situation, highly congested, overburdened facility. The one anomaly, or the difference in the Douglas Port of Entry, is that both trucks and cars are processed at that downtown facility. As you can see in the image, highly congested, totally surrounded by population on both sides of the border. Next slide, please. We're investing just over $400 million in 2 facilities. We're now taking commercial traffic out of downtown to a new facility over to the west. That is what we're very creatively calling it for now, Douglas West. And then the Raul Castro project is going to be, the port of entry is going to be modernized. $186 million of those $400 million will be invested in downtown Douglas. A significant impact for that community, and the 2 ports are really going to be a catalyst for major investment in Cochise County and the entire southeast corner of the state. And finally, the upcoming project is Nogales de Cancini, the downtown port of entry, one of the most outdated, overburdened, congested facilities. As many of you know, when the monsoons come, that gets flooded. We're starting the process to modernize that. A feasibility study is currently underway, to be completed by the end of this year. We suspect that the investment that's going to be required to modernize the Cancini port of entry is going to be in excess of $400 million. It would not surprise us if it's actually double that. Madam Chair, I'm happy to address additional questions with regards to Mexico, but I know we have limited time. I do want to convey my best wishes to Congressman Grijalva. Of course, the news is out today, so it's been an insane amount of messages going back and forth, conveying tremendous wishes to the Congressman. So with that, I'm happy to address any questions.
Thank you.
Madam
Yes,
Chair.
Supervisor Lee.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ramirez. And one of the things that I would urge us to do as a county is really look at this as an economic development opportunity, because what you're saying is really true. If only 17 billion is going just through Arizona to other parts of the country, what can we do in our county to maximize the economic development opportunities? So I would urge Administrator Lesher to look into talking to Deputy Administrator DeBonis that Economic Development Department reports to him. And obviously, I see this as a tremendous opportunity. You know, we heard from speakers in the audience criticizing a lot of the the individuals coming across the border, but what we we never look at is the tremendous economic boom that we've got coming from Mexico through Arizona to the rest of the country. And I see Mexico as an incredible partner, and it could be an even better partner for Arizona. And I really hope that we look at the economic development opportunities. I see what you do as tremendously important for this region, and I thank you. I know you are a consultant with Santa Cruz County, but I would hope that we look at your expertise and see what we could do to partner as well.
Happy to help out at any point in time. And full disclosure, we do work with Douglas and San Luis as well. So it's Cochise and Yuma counties. And all that needs to happen is for Jan Lesher to call me, and the answer is always yes.
Of course it is.
Wow. Madam Chair? Madam Chair?
Yeah, I'll call on you just a second, Supervisor Christie. Go ahead.
Thank you, and I just want to thank you so much for your time and all that you're doing.
Thank you so much. There is tremendous amount of a whole section in the presentation that's talking about the reshoring that is happening, the manufacturing that's coming back from China, primarily China, but also Asia to Mexico, the tremendous challenges we're facing and the opportunities that presents for the unique region of Sonora, Arizona, that we have some of the shortest wait times for trucks. And although, I mean, looking at the numbers, what is happening here, it's quite unique compared to New Mexico, California, and Texas. We are in a much better position, better port of entry system, and much more predictable environment for global supply chains.
That's great.
Thank you. Supervisor Christie.
Yes, can we quickly go back to the Nogales port of entry slide? If I was serving on the state transportation board, and there was a great deal of money, effort, and energy put into expanding that port and dealing with the traffic, and they even were to build a flyover from the port onto I-19. I know a lot of money was earmarked for that. Where are we on all of that improvement? And I'm a little concerned about it where you say it no longer meets CBP's mission requirements.
Madam Chair,
Yes, absolutely.
Supervisor Christie, thank you so much for that question. The flyover, State Route 189, was completed in 2021, if I remember correctly. So that project is operational, 2022. That project is operational, has had a huge impact in the community. $134 million were invested to modernize the facility, creating great separation for traffic coming out of the high school. We have 370,000 trucks that flow through Nogales. That has been a significant improvement. When we say that the facility at downtown or the Cancini Port of Entry does not meet mission requirements for CBP, that is a determination that Customs makes themselves. That's not me saying it. They have made public statements that they are, unfortunately, Customs is forced to deal with a situation where they have to do with what they got. And we're grateful for the men and women in that blue uniform that stand at the ports of entry every day. But our task as stakeholders, community members, is to make sure that they have what they need, not just what they got, what they need to do their job effectively and efficiently. With the monsoon season, I've stood there myself. When the rains are coming, the floods that are, Nogales, Sonora is in a higher elevation than Nogales, Arizona. So when it starts raining, the water's flowing into the U.S. side. And everything that comes with that water is flowing underneath. There's a tunnel underneath the port of entry, but also a lot of stuff stays at the surface. And actually, we were standing there and the port director at the time said, listen, when you get home, don't walk into your house with those shoes on because there is sewage, there is garbage, there is a bunch of stuff. And that's what the officers have to do their job in. It is imperative for us to make sure that they have what they need. Kudos to Customs and Border Protection for doing the job that they do with what they have. My apologies, sir.
Supervisor Christie.
Madam Chair, so is the port being downgraded as far as a priority for transportation of folks and goods and services? Is it being pushed aside for other ports of entry. That was a lot of money and a lot of effort to go into that. And you would think that with $134 million investment in that flyway, that they would take into the consideration something that's been existing there for years, which is that flooding. And now it appears that from that slide and from what you're saying and from CPB, that it's being moved down the list as far as a priority of a port of entry in favor of other ports of entry. It seems to me we wasted a lot of money, time, and effort to upgrade that. And am I hearing right that it's not a priority port anymore?
Actually, the two things that I want to mention. The fact that we're going through the feasibility study means that the U.S. government, particularly Customs and Border Protection and the General Services Administration, have determined to be one of the highest priority projects in the entire U.S.-Mexico border. The feasibility study is an essential requirement to determine the expansion of the footprint, the conceptual design, and the estimated cost of what the project will be to tear it down and build it back up to a state-of-the-art facility. Binational projects of this magnitude will take 5, 6, 7 years from the start to completion because they're just mega projects. They're very complex homeland security related initiatives, the technology that goes into these facilities. The second thing that I want to mention, the flyover was more geared towards the facilitation of traffic coming out of the Mariposa port of entry, which is the commercial crossing in Nogales. That's where the 370,000 northbound trucks cross every year. And that flyover has had a huge impact in efficiency and congestion. It has been a tremendous benefit to the community. I cannot tell you enough good things that have come out of that project and that investment that was done by ADOT, federal government grants, in addition to money that is being contributed by both the city of Nogales and Santa Cruz County from their overweight funds.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you
And
being
Chair,
here.
thank you so much. I apologize
you.
for being out of order.
No, you weren't at all. This is a new item, so we just have to figure out the wrinkles, but we're good.
Got it.
Thank you so much. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, ma'am. Muchísimas gracias.
Okay.
Thank you.
We have a few minutes before the time certain item at 11. So do we want to, let's see, I'm sorry? Oh, yeah, we're going to take a break. Okay, we'll be back in right at 11. We won't be late. Thank you. Thank you so much for your patience. So we're going to jump to the time certain item number 20. So it's 20 and 30. And we have Director Hargrove here. So item number 20 is the, Supervisor Christie, are you on? Okay, when he turns his camera on, we'll know, but we'll get started. So item number 20 is the pursuant to ARS 16-642A and 16-645A, canvassing the election results for the March 19, 2024 presidential preference election. Administrator Lesher, do we have a presentation? Are we moving forward on this?
Chair Grijalva, Elections Director Constance Hargrove is here, and we'll walk through it and answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a presentation, or do we want to just vote?
Chair Grijalva, no, I do not have a presentation.
Okay.
But I will say that I do recommend approving the canvas. The election went well. There were no errors, gross errors that were found in any of the returns that we received. The Secretary of State has asked that we also include the hand count audit in the canvas this time, which you will see. There was one ballot that the machine couldn't count, and that's because the person had just marked over it and then written no, they didn't want to vote for a certain candidate. So I do present this canvas for your approval today.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion?
This by Supervisor.
Oh, sorry, Supervisor Hines. It's just a habit, I'm sorry. Like he just seconds. Okay, so Supervisor Hines. Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. And then we'll move on to item 30. And that is 10X Software Solutions to provide 10X election desk modules and amend contractual language. This is from the general fund, contract amount of $700,000, and it is the administrating department IT on behalf of elections. So can we is this something that was already budgeted for, or is this an additional expense?
Chair Grijalva, it is already budgeted. I share this contract with the recorder's office, and so we both purchase off of it. And the increase is so that we have the purchasing ability, if needed, to purchase additional toner for the November general election.
Okay, so if we need it, it's increasing that capacity?
Yes.
Okay, I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor?
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
Madam Chair. Yeah, I have just a couple of quick questions on this. In the background, it says, this increase is required for, as the director stated, additional toner and election day support services that will be required in the election year. $700,000, now it's just there in case we need it, but $700,000 for additional toner, why is it anticipated that we're going to need up to $700,000 more in additional toner?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, it's 4 different colors of toner, and the toner is quite expensive, and we have over 360 printers that we could possibly need to purchase toner for. Now, I'm not saying that we will purchase the toner for all of the equipment, but in the event that we need to, those vote centers that need toner, we have the ability to do this.
It doesn't have, Madam Chair, Director Hargrove, does it have anything to do with the potential length of the ballot?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, absolutely. The ballot will be a 19-inch ballot in November, as well as it could be a 2 or possibly 3-page ballot, depending on the number of propositions, constitutional amendments, and those items that are on the ballot.
3-page ballot. Madam Chair and Director Hargrove, are we assigning any additional tech support for each vote center? And this is probably where maybe that $700,000 is coming to?
Chair Grahova, Supervisor Christie, when I got here, we did establish a position that is an equipment specialist that we have in each vote center, as well as we do have troubleshooters that are out on election day, and we do have tech support that we can send out from our office, but we're not anticipating having to hire anyone from 10X to do that.
Madam Chair, Director Hargrove, so this $700,000 would include any potential additional support?
Chair Grahova, Supervisor Christie, yes, it would if we needed it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director Hargrove.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes 4-0. Unanimous. Okay. Now we'll go back on the agenda. Let's see. Any other, our next time certain is 12:15. Oh. All right. So we are on item number 14, duplication of Pima County programs. Oh, I apologize. Thank you. Jumping around. We have the consent calendar. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Thank you. Now we're on 14. Yes? Okay. This is the duplication of Pima County programs and services. This is an item that was requested by Supervisor Lee, and it's directing County Administrator to bring the Board of Supervisors a list of detailed explanation of any Pima County funded external programs and or services that are found to be a duplication of internal Pima County programs and or services. Supervisor Lee, did you want to talk about this item or turn it over to Administrator Lesher?
Chair Grijalva, thank you. So let me give a little bit of background. So the reason I asked for this is obviously we're in the middle of a tight budget year, and we're moving forward and looking at cuts across the board. So that's one reason. The second reason is that I've known for some time that there is some duplication of services or programs that are occurring, and an example would be, I won't name the program, but I do know that a lot of what this particular program outside of Pima County does is very similar to what we do in-house in the One Stop. And I've known it for years. When I was at Pima Community College, I dealt with both, and individuals even said to me, what's the difference? So the difference is we give an outside entity county money to do basically very, very similar things. And I do believe that we have the capacity internally to absorb some of the programmatic issues and making sure that there is no loss of services or programs. And I really believe that there is a dollar amount that we give to this particular entity that I think is really could be utilized to perhaps look at outside agencies increasing, or even the One Stop having dollars that can be used for individuals that do not qualify for the federal funds because of their income might be just very slightly above. And so this other entity is able to serve these clients, and I think that we should be the ones doing the serving. And it's really primarily looking at, we are all taxpayers, and are we utilizing tax money the best we can, and are there other ways to utilize funds? So rather than, and I would say that the program directors, I think it's always a good exercise to look at where you're spending. Obviously, the program directors are spending their money, and they may see, hey, there's duplication. But I certainly see, for example, PAC. I know that it's been really tough to get vets to come in. And so, you might need a contract with outside veterinarians because you can't serve serve what you want to serve. So that's just an example of a duplication that is necessary, and I get that. So really what I'm looking for is for Administrator Lesher to come back to the board with clear crosswalk of these are services that are being performed outside of the county that we think we can do inside the county, and really look at that. This is a time to do it. I know some of these programs have been around many, many years, 25, 30 years, but it's really important that we look at these now. And I think this is a very good opportunity to do so. So I hope I've clarified what my intent is.
I just want to add that when Supervisor Lee sort of broached this idea, I thought we were looking at any funds that are general funds where we have something in-house that is doing a similar job. So one of the things I want to be sure of is outside agency funding for me as an organization, as someone who wrote in for outside agency. This is not for me, for us to pick through outside agency to say we should be deleting these programs. I think that if there's anything to be tightened, especially with Pima Prospers and the Prosperity Initiative, some of the language on the services that we're going to be funding through outside agency could be tightened. But some of those programs will look on paper like they're very similar to what we have, but they're targeting a different community. So, you have some that are specifically out in Ajo, you have some that are specifically out in general areas. So I want to make sure that I sort of communicate my concern there. One of the things that I was thinking about in trying to explain and highlight to the board, especially for those of us who haven't had the opportunity to really delve into some of them, is like, how is Visit Tucson and Pima County Attractions and Tourism different? And is there any duplication there? Sun Corridor and our economic development, Job Path and One Stop. Those to me are some of the things that I wanted to look at. It's not for me, let's start cutting up anyone's budget. It's like, let's articulate clearly how their functions are different and what they're doing is different. Because some of these, we send out a significant amount of money, and I do feel in some cases there is an opportunity for us to keep those functions in-house and maybe strengthen our departments. The other thing I would want to say is I know there was a change a couple of years back. I think it was when Supervisor Scott and I came on board, but I think MEC, the Metropolitan Education Commission, should have to compete for funding and not have a line item specifically. I mean, I think they should have to. So I think this, if it were if we need to bring it to the board, I would, but I think that this would be the last year that is sort of the way that process is kind of outlined out of outside agency, and that it should be a competitive process for that. Does anyone have anything else? I hope that makes sense. I think that's sort of in line with what we were talking about.
Yes.
Supervisor Lee.
Chair Grijalva, thank you. And you are very articulate and much more than I, and clearer. But yes, exactly what you said. And I gave an example, but you actually clarified the parameters.
Yeah, because I just, some of these programs are specific to certain areas of town, like the John Valenzuela Youth Center. I believe their funding is, their calendar year, but that's specific. Yes, we have other youth centers in Pima County, but that's pretty specific. And I'm looking at some of the others that were shared in an email that was sent out late, but it's sort of an idea. So if anyone else has any suggestions on those sort of duplicative services in-house, departments that are serving doing the same sort of programming, I think it's important for us to look internal as well. One of the things that happened when we put a lot of programs under CWD is that you realized how like those services are, and some of the services that I'm thinking of specifically are spread across each of the deputies. Like you all have kind of sometimes have similar programs that are serving, at least in theory, the same description. So if it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense. But I do think if we're going to be asking organizations to cut and departments to cut, I want to make sure that we've done everything we can to sort of keep that away. And since the attachment here outlined outside agency, I just want to say, as one supervisor, I would like to do everything we can to keep outside agency funding at least flat. No cuts to outside agency. And if that means that we have to cut other places, then I'm not happy to, but I will make other cuts. Any other? Supervisor Scott?
I absolutely agree with your point about outside agencies, Chair Grijalva, and the overall funding level for them. However, with regard to the Metropolitan Education Commission being taken out of a competitive process, that was a request from the Metropolitan Education Commission that was made prior to our election. It was communicated to the late Supervisor Elias, and also to then Council Member Romero, because the city also puts the Metropolitan Education Commission through a competitive process. But now they don't give them anything.
Correct.
And we followed up on the county's commitment to the MEC. The city has not, even though Mayor Romero had said that she would address that when she was elected. So I would want to have a robust discussion about taking the MEC back into a competitive process after we kept our commitment to them. With regard to JobPath, I am going to be very interested in seeing what we can do to increase partnership between JobPath and what's happening in community and workforce development. But in the previous times that JobPath has come before us, I don't recall the Community and Workforce Development Department telling us that there was a duplication of services. I know that they've made that statement to Supervisor Lee, but they've not made that statement when the funding came before this board in the past. So I'm hopeful that we can look for opportunities for those two entities to collaborate more closely. If that means a reduction in what we've given to JobPath, that's fine, but I'm going to need to hear a lot more detail from Community and Workforce Development that I've not heard before when JobPath proposals have come forth. And then the last thing I would mention with regard to Sun Corridor, both Supervisor Lee and I have asked the county administrator to let us know why historically the county has provided more support for Sun Corridor than the city of Tucson or other jurisdictions. I have heard references to that both by county staff and frankly by Sun Corridor staff, but I don't know the whole history and the whole story, so I'd want to have those discussions about those three items as they come before the board. Thank you, Chair Grijalva.
Yeah, thank you. Supervisor Lee.
Chair Grijalva, let me just clarify something that Vice Chair Scott mentioned. I was the one when I was doing, as I'm going around meeting different departments, I was the one who said to Dan Sullivan, Rhonda Pina, and Andy Flagg, I challenge you to bring forward programs that are duplicative. And why I knew there were duplications, as I said, at Pima Community College when I was dealing with both entities, it was clear to me that there was duplication. I think that a lot of times departments, this is just my thoughts, but these are programs that have been brought forward in history by individuals that were on this board that had tremendous buy-in, and for the time probably made great sense. And we saw that with Pima Vocational High School, and it took a lot of courage for our staff here to say, we need to look at this and look at it seriously. And it is very difficult because these programs have been around a long time, but I do believe there is a time that we need to say, okay, what is really in the best interest of the clients we serve, and who can do it with the greatest efficiency, effectiveness, and if there is duplication, let's see it. So I just didn't want you to think that they didn't bring it forward or they should have, because I was the one that asked.
Right. Anything else? Okay, thank you. Do you need any other detail? Okay, thank you, Administrator Lesher. All right, so now we are on item, our time certain item at 11:30 is on the addendum. It's item number 7. And are we listening to item number 7 and then item number 6? Is that the order? Okay, great. So item number 7 is a fiscal year 2024-25 recommended budget. Administrator Lesher.
Do you want to take?
I think I want to hear the presentation on the budget first. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. What we have today is walking through some slides to talk a little bit about the basics of the foundation of what we've been looking at to build the budget. We've not yet finalized that. It will be coming out to the board, we believe, the letter of transmittal and the transmittal of the budget on April 26th. But there are a few policy questions that go into that conversation, and we just wanted to run through that quickly with the board and make sure that we're moving in a direction that is that which the board is choosing to follow, and just to provide a little more information about the overall budget. And I'm looking for the slide deck. My glasses. And I'm going to start this, but we do have not only our finance director with us today, but as well as the our director of budget. So we have Andy Welch is here, Ellen Moulton is here. Some of this I know will be old and duplicative, but for the public watching as well, we just want to walk through this. This is the process that we go through to write the budget. As we begin to, we start in September, October, looking at forecasts and guidelines. We start working with departmental budgets November and January, and actually the deputy county administrators, finance, and I began meeting weekly in January to start seeing what we thought we would be looking at with not only a budget, but capital requests. And then we work through that till we get into May. Again, the end of April is when we submit the tentative budget to the board. Discussions occur in May with tentative budget adoption and the final budget hearing in June. So just a reminder of how we're going through the process. Very quickly, the next slide is just where does the money come from? A reminder to folks, and I know you all know that. There we go. County revenue comes from a variety of places. Primary property tax, it funds most of our county services through the general fund. We have secondary property taxes in our special taxing districts. As you know, as a board, you often look at those sitting as other boards, not only to deal with items, but also to deal with their budgets. Library, flood control bonds, and other debts. We have some enterprise funds. We have fees, as you know, in wastewater, development services, fees and licenses. And then there are other funds. We have some state shared revenues, mostly for roads. As you know, we have increased work in the area of grants, and then some fee for services. The next slide gives you an idea when you look at where the money comes from and the combined county property tax rate. As you can see, when we looked at the 2014 year at approximately 5.72 was the rate per $100 assessed valuation. We're now at 5.1. So we have seen other than a couple of spikes in 2017 and 18, seen a rather consistent decrease in the overall tax rate. We're then beginning to really look at budget focus area. Another document that the board received as a possible discussion point for inclusion in the budget are some really strategic initiatives or strategic platform that we can use. Looking at, and as you saw in the document you received as a draft, 4 pillars, if you will, and under each of those pillars are a variety of goals, strategies, and tactics dealing with the promote conservation, sustainability, and climate resiliency, effectively manage our core functions, provide excellent service, improve the quality of life for our residents, and prioritize critical infrastructure and economic growth. And as I say, the desire being in the other document you received to look through the various tactics very specifically allows, I think, you as the board to come back at the end of each year and see whether on a very clear qualitative and quantitative way to identify whether we have met the goals that the board established through the year. I'll tell you, I've also been chatting with staff. Should all of this me, with the approval of the board, I think that we would like to see some amendments to the Board of Supervisors agenda request form that would actually indicate on each item that comes before the board which specific goal or pillar or tactic that item addresses, because we can get off a little bit more. There were some questions in the past about the number of positions, noting that things may have expanded in the last couple of years. And while we did dip during the pandemic and went up, what I've looked at is simply the snapshot over the last decade that we're actually down 155 positions from where we were 10 years ago. So we're continuing to consolidate and to do really make sure we're doing as much as we possibly can with the staff that we have. Looking at 24-25 funding needs, again, looking at some of these critical areas that we've seen the board articulate as concerns as they establish other actions in the past in the budget. We're looking at some of the early education programs with the continuation of PEEPS, the work in a variety of areas to address climate and climate action group. We're continuing to focus on affordable housing, raising overall community wealth. We all, I think, have been talking about that as Prosperity Initiative, and it's critical that we never lose sight of our need to work to address county infrastructure. Make sure that we are continuing to fix the roads, fix our buildings, and keep all of our infrastructure in place. Throughout the year, we have been reminding you regularly of what we believe are financial indicators, economic indicators, and what it might mean for the future. I think we've been telling you for a little while we're getting a little nervous. You see our current stage of what those numbers look like. But at this point, the 6 elements that we track, from inflation, gasoline sales tax, federal funds, et cetera, all unfavorable at this point. Additional pressures that we look at going into our 24-25 budget. We've also talked a lot about the state cost shifts. We know that monies continue to be shifted onto the backs of the counties, and while it has not occurred at this point, a concern, as I believe we've mentioned at this table before, when the state of Arizona is looking at a budget deficit of several billion, they frequently look to the lowest jurisdictions or to funding of organizations such as a county as a good way to claw back some of those dollars. We continue to watch inflation, and then obviously we're watching again the real estate market, because all of that affects our property values, which ultimately affects the tax base. So the next slide is, you'll see, what do you expect for 24-25? We will be tightening our belts. Budget assumptions, that's what we wanted to just review with our board. What we're looking at and assumptions that are going in at this point, again, subject to this conversation with the board today. We do have 2 policies that we have put into place in just the last couple of years. One is our Capital Improvement Fund Pay-As-You-Go program. As you know, we continue to fund, Mr. DeBonis is always here to help me with this, about, it's a $50 million allocation. As you know, we front-loaded construction of roads and working on our transportation system at about $150 million in the early years, and that is a 10-year program that we continue to fund in accordance with that policy. We have also identified 22.13, which is passing of cost shifts through to the taxpayers. That number is based on what the previous year's shifts were, so that we know what they might be as we work into this year. Give you an idea, last year we were looking at, again, I'm looking at 15.6 cents. It's my recollection of what was the pass-through last year. This year it's 3.9 cents that we're looking into our budget. But what we do, however, is we look at keeping the overall tax rate unchanged. So it means if we're going to be absorbing and passing through that almost 4 cents, we would be making that work by cutting other areas potentially. And the other area that we continue to focus on is our fund balance. Again, another policy that came before the board to ensure that we have 17% of the previous year's net expenditures. Okay, so looking at that, then moving to your next page about what are the basic budget assumptions we're looking at this point, and you can get a sense of what those budget rates might look like, how we look at with some variance related to how we implement PAYGO. But as you can see, our bottom line that we were looking at for 23-24 adopted rates is 5.1048, and we are looking at a scenario at this point, if we continue at that same rate, it would remain flat or the same for this next year. Thank you. And now my pages are sticky. When you look at our general fund, this is what we've been looking at for the last couple of years with, as we look at the adopted budget for the year, a adopted general fund budget of $720,393,537. Our forecast right now looks at us having those revenues of about $734,000. We believe it's going up just a little bit more, and then into about $772 million in the next year, with expenditures slightly outpacing the basic expenditures, less than the revenues that are coming, that we are receiving. And then we do have the various transfers that go out and into other programs. And we've talked through that before and happy to explain that. But if you look at our fund balance policy, it is $93 million, looking at a requested budget next year of $97,945,000. I just want to reiterate that the fund balance is not the contingency. We hear people frequently saying that we have been, we developed a policy, or I have been receiving input that then we have been spending all that down. We have not. We, as you know, as a separate line item in the budget, we do have an item for contingency. That is what when we come before the board and ask for an allocation from the contingency fund for those dollars, that does not impact this general fund balance. And again, our request at maintaining the 17% fund balance is so that we can maintain the bond rating that we have, so that when we go out for COPs or certificates of participation, or if at some point in the future we're able to bond again, we have the ability to do so at a very good rate because of the background. So as we look at next year, a couple things that we're moving through, and just so you understand, we believe that the phase 3, some of the final steps to implement classification and compensation, going back and correcting issues related to break-in service and some discrepancies within departments, about $1 million. We have received departmental and elected official supplemental requests of 11.6 that we are, well, that's actually Director Moulton, we have received supplemental requests for a very different number. Thank you.
Chair Grijalva, supervisors, we received supplementals.
Is your mic on? Or closer?
Move it closer. Thank you.
Yes, it is.
There you are.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Supervisor Grijalva, supervisors, we received over $20 million worth of supplemental requests in the non-general fund areas, and then an additional probably $20 million in general fund as well. The $11.6 million that's on this page is the ones that have made it through the various process of the department requesting it, meeting with their deputy county administrator, the deputy county administrators meeting with Ms. Lesher and discussing the possibility of moving them forward. The $11.6 million is the amount that collectively we have identified at this point we believe should be funded.
Thank you. What that means is that if you look at current expenditures, what our anticipated revenues are next year, the various adhering to and maintaining the policies as described by the board for fund balance, keeping the tax rate flat at this point, we would have a deficit of $18.2 million. And so we are now walking through our regular meetings to look at what our funding options, reduce or eliminate some of the supplemental requests that have come in. We were looking at, and at this point are penciling through the budget with a 3% decrease in all general fund departments, looking at a 1% general fund reduction for our elected officials. Again, those are what it would, that last page shows us the things that we are looking at in order to have a balanced budget that we bring before the board if we adhere to the various policies delineated by the board and plan to keep the tax rate flat. And you've also seen the various tenets that come through as a proposed strategic initiatives of which we focus on the year. Our desire in coming today is just making sure that some of these issues are very clearly policy direction and decisions from the board. And before we continue finalizing the budgets, it made sense to us to hear from the board what your thoughts might be related to that tax rate or to the adherence to some of the policies before you get a finalized budget. So that is our hope today, to have that conversation with you. And if I'm, this is where I look to Andy and Ellen and say, what did I miss?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisors, you covered it all.
Okay, thank you. But obviously here to answer any questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Hines, I heard you in the middle of the presentation, so I'll go to you, and then Supervisor Lee.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Chair. So I guess, why are we so committed to keeping the tax rate flat? It's gone down almost every year for quite a while, it looks like, which is great. I understand a previous board elected that to be our policy before I was here. But it doesn't seem like the point of 22.13 is to respond to shifts from the state that get thrown onto the county, and to, in my estimate, the way I look at it is to make sure that we protect and preserve the ability of the county to do the programs and provide the services to our residents, and that is what that policy is for. So when the state makes really dumb decisions like a flat tax that perhaps had a little bit to do with the billion or whatever, multiple billions of dollars that we're in a deficit now because it was just a moronic policy. Thank you, Governor Ducey. So that shouldn't harm the residents of Pima County. So I don't think I don't want you to enter into this budget cycle with the premise that we absolutely must at all costs, keep that rate the same. It doesn't have to be, it can go up, and it should, probably, if depending on what those cost shifts end up being. Also, I would remind everyone, my colleagues especially, we kind of violated our own policy by just sort of, I don't know, in the legislature, we would not withstand it. We ignored 2213 the last two cycles, and we didn't absorb the previous, budget cycles, cost shifts from the state. So I think we need to look at unignoring that, right? And going back and putting those in and adjusting our tax rate accordingly. So I want to see all of those scenarios presented to us. I don't want to just see we have to keep it the same or lower. That is not smart. Very conservative states like Utah, we can't do it in Arizona, but when I was in the legislature, I remember envying states with legislatures like Utah that could actually they could bump their tax rate up a little bit or down a little bit depending on what they needed, and they did that. A very Republican legislature and state. We don't have that ability in the state of Arizona because you need a 2/3 vote in both houses, chambers of our legislature to increase anything, and it's only a majority to decrease stuff. So pretty stupid. Anyway, I just think it's important to keep all options on the table, and so that we're not, diminishing the services we provide and making cuts unnecessarily when, for the vast majority of our residents, they won't actually notice the tiny numbers that we're talking about that are absorbed into most of their mortgages. So,
thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. I would agree with Supervisor Hines. I think that, we really need to take a look at what we have been absorbing, because it's obviously hit home now, and we really need to take a look and see because if we really have to cut some core services, and not saying 3% isn't doable, I'm just saying, do we really need to do that across the board? Are there areas that we talked about, outside agencies perhaps, that, in other areas that are real critical, have the housing issues that we know? So I would agree with Supervisor Hines. I'd like to see all the options.
Supervisor Christie, Supervisor Scott, Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just so I'm clear with my colleagues, Supervisor Hines and Supervisor Lee, you would be in favor of raising the primary property tax rate?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, yes, I would.
And also, yes, the state would be kind of forcing us to, but if we need to, yes, to preserve services.
And Madam Chair, and to Ms. Fletcher's You mentioned it briefly. Could you give us a status of the current balances and condition of the contingency fund?
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Christie, I'm looking to Ellen. We're about $2.5 million, but are there any more specifics?
Chair Grijalva, supervisors, right now it's about $2.5 million. We have a couple of things on the table that later in your agenda that might impact that, but that's roughly where we stand.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Scott.
I just had a question for clarification. I know that we passed the policy dealing with state cost shifts. Our first year on the board, we didn't implement it the first year, but I thought in this current fiscal year that we had.
Excuse me, Ms. Melton, would you like to explain how that occurred?
Chair Grijalva, supervisors, the two policies, both the PAYGO policy and the state cost shifts have been implemented. The PAYGO policy calls for a reduction in the property taxes, 60% of which the debt service drops, and then the cost shifts increases it. So you have two competing board policies, one lowering the tax rate, one increasing the tax rate, but both were implemented this past year, and both are suggested in our keeping the tax rate flat. I don't know if you could pull back up the slide deck, but to implement both policies this year would drop the tax rate from the overall Pima County tax rate from 5.1048 to 5.0476. So we are actually requesting that we keep the rate flat, which is an increase over the application of both of those policies. The reason being the debt service dropped 9.5 cents. The cost shifts called for it to go up 3.9 cents. The PAYGO policy talks about 60% of the drop in the debt service plus 60% of the increase in the net assessed values. So it's a complicated formula that causes the tax rate to drop approximately 60% of the 9.5, and then we add back in the 3.9, and you can see where you're still lower than where you started.
But both policies were in place, and the first time they were both in place was this fiscal year, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what I thought. I want to hear some more about what you're hearing back from departments, because I don't think it's unreasonable in a time of fiscal crisis to propose the cuts that you and the deputy county administrators have been talking about. And I also sincerely hope that when we take up the proposed vacancy policy again at our next meeting, that we do that with the intention of putting a dent in the number of vacant positions of 900 to 1,000 that has been status quo in this county for multiple years. So my own preference, before we ask the taxpayers of Pima County to pay additional property taxes, is that we look at how we can slim down our own operations. I don't want that to result in any kind of reduction in services to the people of Pima County, but I do think that there's things that clearly you're looking at with our departments, with our elected officials, certainly with regard to this number of vacant positions, that I think is going to be an indication to the taxpayers that we are taking care of our own house before we go to theirs.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? I think we're asking you to do, to explore, right, 5 different budgets. To explore some options, I think it's really important that, we want to make sure that we're looking at the duplications, which are some of the things that we're all sort of hitting many similar themes. We're looking at duplications, we're looking at vacancies, we're looking at trying to do, provide the same kind of service. My only concern, having been a part of different organizations that do percentage across the board, that do pretty draconian cuts of different things, that we really be very mindful about the kinds of suggestions we're going to be bringing forward. We're relying on administration to bring us, really thoughtful suggestions, and I just think that some of the departments can't really afford. They've done their own consolidations. It's more difficult to do, and that I just want to remind the board that the vast majority of our funding supports salaries. So when we are talking about cuts, that we're talking about people, and so it has to be something that we're doing very thoughtfully. And I also am very concerned about continuing to utilize contingency, because it really is there for an emergency. And so when we don't, when we do have an emergency and we've utilized this funding source that is designed for that emergency, and we don't have it handy, that's how it starts to negatively impact our ratings and other things. Yes, Administrator Lesher.
And thank you, Chair Grijalva and members of the board. We very much appreciate this, and to receive this information. As those of you who have been on the board a while know, it feels as if we've not gotten any sort of feedback about direction until the tentative budget was distributed. And so it's very helpful for us to get a sense of what the board would find helpful as we build out this budget. So thank you.
I also do want to say that if we're asking all of the other departments to do whatever percentage across the board, if that's the direction that comes out, then I would challenge that all of us have to do the same thing. So I don't think that's fair. Like, everyone is going to be looking at people, like we have other directors that are going to have to talk to multiple people about, their jobs being possibly cut or changed, and it's going to be difficult in our offices too, but I think that if we're asking everyone else to do it, we should do it as well.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
Thank you very much. Administrator Lesher, with regard to the strategic framework, I wanted to direct everybody's attention to Goal 3.2, promoting economic growth in Pima County. The board and the entire community went through a lengthy process of overhauling and revising the Economic Development Strategic Plan. The board approved those revisions. The Economic Development Strategic Plan has been vetted by the Federal Economic Development Administration. A lot of the other plans that we deal with, the Comprehensive Plan, the Climate Action Plan, are referenced in this document. I'd appreciate it if the Economic Development Strategic Plan could be more explicitly referenced in Goal 3.2.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Scott. It's in there, but that is what we use to inform that pillar. But if it is not, if we've not done the right crosswalk back to it, I appreciate that feedback, and we will make that adjustment.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So now we're going to move on to item number 6. That is budgetary concerns. The Pima County Attorney's Office is requesting the approximately $2.4 million in funding that was removed from its budget and returned for this fiscal year, as well as upcoming fiscal year, either in full or in part. I know, Administrator Lesher, you've been talking with our county attorney. Did you want to
Certainly. Thank you, Chair Grijalva, and obviously County Attorney Conover is here. The concern that has come up, I think, previously by the county attorney is the sweeping of $2.4 million in funds that were related to implement policy direction provided by the board. In reviewing all of those dollars, I think, first of all, I want to segregate or put aside the $1,466,133. In that, those were funds that are in either special revenues funds or grant funds. So while they are not dollars that were swept back into the general fund. They have remained within those funds in the county attorney's office, but because they were related to positions that had been targeted to be removed, budget authority and capacity was frozen for those positions. And so while there might be money there in those various funds or grants, they did not have the authority to spend that. So my first recommendation would be, and as I've indicated to the county attorney, I will be submitting as part of next year's budget a supplemental request to restore the budget authority to spend those dollars that currently exist within those funds. We also had a discussion about in the last 90 days of this fiscal year, should there be an opportunity for County Attorney Conover to hire positions related to those grants or those funds, that we would work together to open up any of that and make sure that there's budget capacity so she can continue down that road. The second issue related to a variety of positions that the county attorney has been needing to fill. In part of a concern has been, this is the time of year when the county attorney and members of her leadership team are out talking with individuals who are about to graduate from law school. And they are making offers at this time to individuals who might not be ultimately taking the bar or receiving notice that they've passed the bar until into the new fiscal year. So she has been asking that positions that we had targeted to be swept because they were open for an extended period of time remain open so that she can move through this hiring process and hire those individuals. That is the recommendation for the $660,000 that would be added to her base for next year so that she can fill those vacancies. The third element is the request of the county attorney's office to reinstate $660,000 in the current year. That does a couple of things. As I mentioned, these additional positions that the county attorney would like to open next year, it's continued to be part of that base of $660,000, but only 3 months worth of that. And so we take that quarter, if you will, of the $660 and allocate it towards the funding of those positions so that she can go out and make the offers that need to be made. The additional dollars allow her to cover some salary increases that she has needed to make this year in order to either attract or retain members of her staff at this point. And so those are the conversations and the discussions that we have had and would be recommending can be accommodated in this budget. I would like, with your permission, Madam Chair, as I mentioned, the county attorney is here, and I'd be interested to make sure that I would be asking that I've covered everything that she needed in the request.
Can I just ask Chair Grijalva?
Supervisor Scott.
Just wanted to ask the county administrator, so what is the amount for this fiscal year? What's the amount that's the percentage of the 664.35 for this fiscal year? Do we have that?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, I'm speaking slowly, trying to do math in my head. I'm believing it's about 160. It's divide by 12 and multiply by 3. So that would be funding for those new positions. And then again, the additional funds to cover other positions for the year. What am I at? 160?
165.
Okay.
Tucson High Math.
Yeah. So 165 is our current
and if I may, Chair,
contingency.
County Attorney Conover, is that it's the $165,000 that is to provide the funding for new positions that have, for us to remove, to bring back on those swept positions that are part of what you would be looking to expand to into next year. Is that correct? And then the additional funds are for the other pay.
For compensation.
For compensation.
Okay.
I want to make sure.
County Attorney Conover, did you want to that cover? I know. Well, I could just see the very tops of your head, so I knew you were there. Yes. Welcome. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, County Administrator Lesher, Clerk Manriquez, Attorney for the county, Sam Brown. Thank you so much for having me. We're throwing out a lot of numbers here, so like County Administrator Lesher, I've got my subject matter experts with me as well. Let me begin by saying a couple of things. We just had a slide about priorities that noticeably did not include public safety. But of the four, but going back 2 slides earlier with strategic priorities, we have quality of life, right? And we have core function. And so I think that's where we're talking about right now. And I am so pleased to report and grateful for County Administrator Lesher in meeting with me and to try to figure out how to tackle the very real world consequences of suddenly having 2.4 million swept in the middle of your budget, and what that means again for public safety, just remembering what that means on the ground constantly for your constituents and mine. I am so pleased to report that County Administrator Lesher, and she has directed Finance and HR to assist us in what we would need just to reach to the end of the year. That achieves, I want to thank the county for recognizing that experience matters. I need the board to remember that we have been through a unique situation as a department in the county attorney's office in twofold. One, in that if the norm for many, many years with the trial rate that we have now was 84 attorneys, I walked in with 61. That's, so we're not asking for more, we're asking to address a massive vacancy problem. The good news is that we did. In late 21 alone, we swept in 9 attorneys with 117 years of combined experience. That has left us without years of service as a priority, without an experience matters philosophy. We have very extreme inequities in salaries within the office. Since September in class and comp, those have been particularly pronounced, so that all of those attorneys that we work so hard to bring in are not making nearly the salaries of folks with far less experience than them. I'll be very specific. We have female attorneys making a lot less than male counterparts by virtue of having returned to the county attorney's office and not getting years of service. So this 665 figure corrects that, so that we can be very specific about the number. Do you want to hand it to me? 660,435, so that we can just be very, very, very specific with our directions, because this paperwork is literally in HR and ready to go, so that we can correct those inequities immediately. And as I understand it, that goes back to September, when class and comp went through. Those inequities have been every single paycheck since then. That will help us retain all those veterans that are so crucial to public safety. And what's more, we thank County Administrator Lesher for mentioning the freezing of the budget authority and our ability to hire. I think we will be working collaboratively, that as we hire, we will get permission, we will enjoy permission to unfreeze our authority to use our own funds, which are still there. And now is here where I pause and look at my subject matter experts. Have I mixed anything? If the offer here is, if you want a breakdown of the money going back to September 10, my chief deputy and head of finance are prepared to do that.
I don't know if there's any specific questions. Did anyone have anything they wanted to add? Okay, so this is an action. Oh, Supervisor Christie, go ahead, please.
Attorney Conover, I've heard you speak on numerous occasions about your desire to pursue criminal justice reform. Can you give, in a Reader's Digest version, your interpretation of what criminal justice reform means?
Wow, that's a really,
Absolutely. Madam Chair, Supervisor Christie, but I am happy to discuss, and I am always available to you to get into the
I'm so
weeds.
sorry, I'm not an attorney, but I just don't know that it is, I don't know that that question is covered in this item. This is pertaining to a budget item.
Let me explain why I asked that question,
Great.
Madam Chair, and you'll see where I'm going with this. Criminal justice reform, as I'm understanding it, is taking a hard look at those that are being prosecuted to perhaps see if they really need to be prosecuted after all, based on the severity of their penalty or their conviction. And I hear also among my colleagues and also with the county attorney's office the need to reduce the jail population. So I guess my question to all this is, if you're going to be pursuing criminal justice reform, which to me and many is interpreted as less litigation and less prosecution, then what is the need for so many attorneys?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Christie, the answer to that, sir, is very clear. Criminal justice reform is an academia that encourages policies that are data-driven and solution-oriented. We want to see the crime rate come down, and then the willingness and the courage to shift policies to make sure that you're getting results. And I am happy to say, and here's another core priority for the county, economic growth. I think that my law enforcement partners and I are wise to continue to remind the community and the state that we are 39% down on homicides, on robberies from 2 years ago, and 36% down on homicides. That we are building a safer and healthier community. Supervisor Christie, to your very specific point, at a normal trial rate that Superior Court runs, historically and previously, we had 84 attorneys in the office. I walked in with 61, and I'll tell you that in 2020, a lot of professionals left certain jobs. We were asking people to litigate in courtrooms behind masks. You could leave and triple your salary and work from home. I certainly don't fault my predecessor in any way, but we walked in with 61 attorneys, and we limped along and maintained services because we weren't doing trials. You can survive having, a quarter down of your staff if you're not running trials. Well, we're back now completely in Superior Court running trials. There are times when we've had as many as 9 trials going in 1 week in 9 different courtrooms. We can't be a quarter to a third down on staff and continue to serve the community to the excellence that it requires.
Any other?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Attorney Conover.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Scott.
Chair Grijalva, just to follow up with the question that my colleague from District 4 asked, haven't you, and I'm referring to a conversation that you and I had on the phone, haven't you gotten some additional recent direction from the administrative office of the courts or the Supreme Court, I forget which it was, about the trial rate and that also affecting the number of prosecutors that you needed?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, yes, thank you for inquiring. Chief Justice Brutinel of the Arizona Supreme Court has issued an edict, his words, not mine, and to the Pima County Superior Court, saying that he is tired of them having the lowest trial rate and the longest time to disposition, which is the opening and closing of a case, that our county has historically lagged behind other counties, and he issued an edict to start setting everything for trial pursuant to the rules. We find it to be an an aggressive response that's happening in Superior Court. We're doing everything possible to make sure we don't have disclosure violations despite the speed. We're doing everything possible to advocate for victims despite the speed, and to advocate that justice be the number one priority and not speed. Nevertheless, Superior Court has been setting trials and double setting and triple setting in some occasions.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Yes.
Just to follow up, does the Chief Justice of the Arizona Supreme Court just in and of himself have that authority to make that direction to the Superior Court of a particular county?
We have asked Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, we've asked repeatedly to have something in writing, and that's why I used his word, because it's not in writing, and it's always hard for lawyers to follow new rules that are not written. But I think his pressure upon his colleagues down here was enough to cause a significant reaction, and we are reacting to that and holding the line as best we possibly can in the name of justice.
Chair Grijalva.
Yes.
I can just ask board members to keep the conversation to the agendized time.
Yeah.
We're getting close
off
to
a little
the-
bit.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that I was.
We are,
Because
but
we're
getting-
talking about staffing numbers and being responsive to what they're hearing from the Chief Justice. I'm not trying to get
I
us
think
off
he feels like we're right at the edge.
Oh, okay.
Like
I'm trying to
skating-
go over the edge, Mr.
Skating a little close is all.
Well, let me go back then, if I could, Chair Grijalva. And this isn't a question to the county attorney, but this is something that I want to point out to my colleagues. Now, this predates Supervisor Lee coming on the board. But previously in our tenure, we had the sheriff here talking with us about the policy that we passed in October 2022, dealing with fund balances and vacancy savings. And he either questioned the policy or wasn't fully on board with the policy, felt like it was an intrusion on his authority. Very similar comments, I feel, being made by the county attorney. I thought we were pretty clear in October 2022 when we passed that policy. I went back and looked at the memo that came from the county administrator. The policy was passed by the board, I think by a 4-to-1 vote. And I was pretty clear on what we were doing, but it's abundantly clear, both when the sheriff was here and now with the county attorney, that it's not entirely clear to our elected officials. So I'm going to bring this up again on the 16th, because then we're going to have an opportunity to put in place a vacancy policy that I think is much more clear, and that also provides exceptions after the county administrator and her team follows up with either department heads or elected officials. So I think I'm going to vote for these items today, because I think they're appropriate uses of contingency with regard to the general fund. I think they're certainly appropriate with regard to restoration of budgetary authority, but I think we're making a very strong case this week for what we're going to be taking up on the 16th. Thank you, Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Hines, did you want to?
I would like to vote.
Okay.
I would like to make a motion to vote, hopefully in the affirmative, on the recommendations of the county administrator on this item.
So on this item, $660,435. Okay, that's a motion. Can I have a second? I'll second. So I have a motion.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor
I didn't quite hear the motion.
It is to approve the $660,435. Correct? Is that correct?
This fiscal.
The recommendations.
The recommendation total.
So if I may, Chair,
Yes.
I believe it's 660,000.
This year.
435.
435 for the remainder of this year out of contingency, to include the same amount in next year's budget into the base, and to unfreeze the funding associated with the special revenue fund.
Special revenue funds. Okay.
Special tax.
And just to,
Where does the 2.4 million come into all of this?
If I may, Madam Chair, Supervisor Christie, this is another attempt by me, and certainly grateful for County Administrator Lesher to try to come to a midpoint that can at least get us through this year. If I can assume what you're asking, it is short-term relief for us. It's not a long-term, it's not necessarily a long-term plan or solution, and I will be seeing the board in May at the budget hearings, but it's certainly something that allows us to continue to be a very strong partner. We at the County Attorney's Office also keep in mind bond rating.
Okay, so let me just, so it's for the end of this fiscal year, $660,435, and then total is 1.41, right? 1,466,130.
The 1.4 million and change is the amount that we would be unfreezing related to the special
revenue. Okay. Does that make sense?
I thought it was 160,000 for the 165,000 for the rest of this year.
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
I think we have to be really, hold on just a second, Supervisor Christie, I'll call on you before we vote. Can we be can I get the numbers really? I feel like I'm messing this up, so I want to make sure to be very clear. What is the motion?
May I do, you want to
Yes,
do one at a time?
Yes, please.
The first would be a recommendation that we provide budget authority in the next fiscal year for $1,466,130, which is the amount that is related to the special revenue funds and grants funded positions. The money remains in the accounts. It simply allows the budget authority to expend those dollars.
Okay. And so for the end of this fiscal year, what are we doing?
What we have said related to if you're staying on that fund, what we've said is that while we're adding that next year, should the county attorney have the authority, be able to successfully hire in those positions, that I can work with her to release the budget authority for those specific positions. Again, I'm still talking about only the special revenue funds and grants.
And
then we're looking at for next year, the total of $660,435, which would allow for the funding of previously swept vacant positions, the sweeping of jet for those positions. And then, so that's piece two. Again, both of those are for next year primarily. And then for this year, it is an additional allocation out of contingency of $660,435. That is to cover both the approximately $160,000 for those additional positions so the county attorney be able to hire them and release of those swept dollars and additional funds that allow her to provide compensation necessary to level out the classification and compensation implementation in the office.
Okay, so 660,000 this year, 660,000 next year, and then budget authority over the special revenue funds. Yes? Okay. Is that clear as mud or no?
No, it's not, because this year was a portion of the 660, not the full 660.
Right. Nicole.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, there are two elements that the county attorney is requesting this year. One portion is related to the reinstatement of positions that were swept in those dollars from the general fund. That's the full boat annualized $660,000. There is 1 quarter left in this year. In addition to that, $165,000, the county attorney, so there's that piece of it. The county attorney is also interested in getting back an additional delta there between the 165 and the 660 in additional funds that allows her to provide the funding necessary for additional raises that she's provided during classification and compensation.
Okay, we no longer have a motion because, just a moment, because just.
Yeah, for the record, Supervisor Hines has left the meeting.
So we have to have a motion. So I'll go ahead and move the item. Do I have a second? Okay.
Second.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee, seconds. Now we can continue discussion because Supervisor Hines had moved the item and then he left, so we didn't have a motion on the floor. So I wanted to stop. I'm sorry? I don't think so. Okay, Supervisor Scott still had some follow-up, and then I'll call on you, Supervisor Christie, after Supervisor Scott.
I'm thoroughly confused because I get the reference to fiscal year 25. I still don't get the reference to fiscal year 24 when there's only 3 months left in it. I don't understand why we need to fund both amounts. I don't understand why we need to fund the full amounts for both fiscal years when we've only gotten a certain amount in it left in this fiscal year. It doesn't, I'm not following this. Maybe that's me that I'm missing something.
Right.
And yes, please, go ahead.
Barrett Green, Chief, Pima County Deputy. You know what my title is? It's the Chief Deputy Pima County Attorney, excuse me. If I may, Madam Chair, Supervisor Scott, board members, what we're asking for is monies to fund the intent of this board when it passed the class and compensation package that was effective on September 10th of this fiscal year. 3 months left in this year does not take those employees to the proper amount of money to compensate them for their experience. So we need, and that figure is precisely $533,428 to get us back to September 10th. The idea of the balance of that from our general fund, which would be an additional $127,000, $6 actually total, is to assist us in recruiting people this year. We've been on a very aggressive recruiting surge right now. We have one outstanding offer from a experienced attorney. We've managed to hire a couple others, and we're hoping, in order to meet this avalanche of cases that are going to trial now, we're hoping to meet our obligations to victims and the public and justice by hiring individuals at appropriate salaries that are going to be compensated through experience. One of the issues for us, Supervisor Scott, is when the class and comp was passed and we had vacant positions, those positions were not funded to reflect class and comp increases, right? Because we didn't have anyone in them. Now the problem we have, for example, is even though this board has approved the increase of base salaries for starting lawyers, we don't have sufficient funding in individual PCNs in order to pay those people. So this funding will help us do that. Additionally, if we should be fortunate enough to prosper from our recruiting efforts to get additional, more experienced attorneys, they cost more money under class and compensation. So that's the intent of the balance of the $660,000.
Chair Grijalva, that was exactly the information that I needed. Thank you, Mr. Green. Very much appreciate it. I get it now. I just needed those additional details. Thank you.
It's complicated.
Thank you. Supervisor Christie.
Yeah, I'm as confused as my colleague was confused. This was not what was presented to us on this agenda item, and seems like we're asking for money certain for fiscal year 25, and that's circumventing the budget process. I would like to offer a substitute motion that this be continued until the next meeting, which will allow the county attorney's office to represent her request and with an analytical explanation, much more than what we're dealing with now. I still don't figure out, I guess the 2.4 million, is that, if you add up everything over what's supposed to come this year, the remainder of this year and into next year, does that come to 2.4 million? I'm thinking that we should just take a step back here, re-examine the whole situation and continue it to the next year, and I'll put that in the form of a substitute motion.
Okay, so we have a substitute motion, and dies for lack of a second. So we'll go back to the original motion. We have a motion and a second.
Can I ask
Yes, Supervisor Scott.
I'm sorry, Chair Grijalva.
And then we have a time certain item that's 15 minutes late, but that's okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no.
I just wanted to ask the county administrator, with regard to the restoration of budgetary authority for the special revenue funds, why were those funds frozen?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, they relate to, they fund PCNs that were frozen under the vacancy policies of looking at positions that were open. Some, I believe one was in excess of 2,000 days. So we looked at, we stopped, we froze those positions while we could not sweep the dollars. We did it to be consistent with the vacancy plan.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'll ask for a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Christie?
That's a no.
Supervisor Lee?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes. Item passes 3-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, now we're a little late for executive session, so I'm gonna go ahead and move that we go into executive session for item number 11 on the regular agenda and items number 1 and 2 on the addendum. Well, can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes 3-0. I'm not sure if Supervisor Christie's already in, oh, there he is. Yes, thank you. 4-0. Thank you. So we'll adjourn out here and come back as soon as executive session is over. Okay, thank you for your patience. We're back in session. So regarding executive session item number 11, I'm going to move that we proceed as discussed in executive session.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously 4-0. And moving on to the addendum, item number 1 is information only. And then item number 2 is proceed as discussed in executive session, and I'll move that.
Second.
And I have a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously 4-0. And if we can quickly go to item number 5, it is a conflict of interest waiver. This is what we discussed in executive session. I'll go, and this is waiving requesting a conflict of interest waiver to represent candidates. I'll go ahead and move that item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes 4-0. Okay, so now we'll go back on the agenda. We don't have any other time certain items.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor.
This is maybe a housekeeping here. Do you want to address the item 8 on the meeting agenda? Wait a minute, never mind, I'm sorry, I thought that was on the agenda. Beg your pardon.
Oh, no, that's okay. All right, so if it's okay, do we want to go through a couple of items? I'm wondering if we can vote on items 18 through 25?
We already did 20.
Oh, I'm sorry, we did 20. So 18, 19, and 21 through 25?
I have questions on 25 and 21.
Okay, so there goes my idea. All right, so we'll just go, we'll proceed as normal. So we're going to go to item number 17. I think that's where we are. It's Pima County Adult Detention Center Blue Ribbon Commission. Discussion, direction, action to establish a new charter for a new commission. I'll turn it over to Administrator Lesher.
Thank you very much. Chair Grijalva, and we have submitted a report to the board, but I think at this point what we've been indicating is while we received the information regarding the Blue Ribbon Commission, that commission, as we know, while it discussed some broader issues, it really focused on the physical building itself, what we might need to do, and I think ultimately some recommendations regarding deferred maintenance that we will be beginning to work on, and we have our facilities management team looking at what's needed, putting aside for the time being any discussion about building a new jail based on not only we think if we can deal with some of the deferred maintenance, but also simply the cost at this time. Began to look at what a next phase of a commission might look like, which would encompass, in addition to things related specifically to the jail, some of the variety of issues that have come up related to capacity at the jail or the number of individuals within the jail, as well as recidivism and other broader concerns. While I began to look at a new commission, realized that, as I think the board saw in the last memorandum where we had some 200 pages of reports and committees and such that had come forward. In the last couple of weeks, I've had an opportunity to meet with stakeholders, and many individuals have brought forward not only information regarding other committees that have existed in the past, but other work with which they are familiar that might be information coming from other communities, other jurisdictions. In the final analysis, there are many opportunities for us to learn what's worked and what's not worked from others. And I believe that it is, rather than put together a group of volunteers and use their extraordinarily important time as subject matter experts to do that initial, if you will, review of all of the data that's out there, what I am recommending at this point, we're just going to take a couple of months and pull together a staff team that can really look at doing all of that compilation of information, what works, what doesn't, what recommendations we might make, and then bring back the larger group based more specifically on what we find coming out of the data research to look at some of the things that you all as a board have heard over the last few weeks, be it representatives from the courts, from those who have experience within the facility, both public defenders, county attorneys, people in the mental health and behavioral health world, et cetera, to to see what exactly we might need to do to implement any policy recommendations that would be presented to us or that would bubble out of a review of the data. So at this point, what we're really looking at doing is doing that research. I will say that one of the questions that has come up recently is indicating that this is it's a committee to follow a committee to do another committee. And I want to be clear that that's not what is occurring ultimately, and that when you look at, first of all, the entire judicial system, or the system related to incarceration, it is significant and worthy of considerable or equal conversation and discussion. And that anytime the county is beginning to look at the impact on not only all of our employees there, but the public, but anytime we might even be looking to consider the cost that could be hundreds of millions of dollars, it's appropriate to have a variety of eyes and teams looking at that information. So I've mentioned the first group really comprised more appropriately of individuals who knew about the construction and the facility itself, people with experience in running jails. The next group would be looking at a little bit broader perspective of what it is we need to impact the entire system related to incarceration. But the pause right now is simply to allow staff to fully review all of the data and use that to inform the next level of conversation. So that would be my update at this point. And I'm not sure it requires necessarily board action if there's concurrence with that plan to move forward.
Yeah, I think the question that I would have is there a statutory requirement as to the maintenance of the facility of the jail? I know that there is oversight of the sheriff into the function of the jail, but I'm wondering about the facility, because as I did a tour, my concern was of the condition of the actual facility, and there isn't another facility that is Pima County owned that is in that condition, especially not considering the age of the facility. So I'm just wondering, I know that it's gone back and forth where it was under Pima County facilities, then it went back to the jail, and I would just like to have some sort of analysis of what is the actual condition, and maybe have our county facilities go through and have some sort of conversation with the sheriff and this sheriff or any sheriff that the facilities piece, I feel there has to be more oversight from or cooperation with Pima County. They would have, I think that the other thing is any of the purchases that are going through different procurement processes for the jail, that there would be some sort of a check and balance. We in our office cannot pay for things. I can't just decide to pay for something without going through a procurement process. We have to justify what the expenditure is. We have to justify why we need it, what the outcome is. And there were several really large purchases when we were going through the tour of the jail as it relates to installation of different shower kind of things, installation of different sort of bedding, like bunk bed kind of looking things that aren't attached. They're attached to the wall. They're not a standalone sort of structure like a bunk bed. Those were a significant investment, and they were already showing signs of significant wear and tear, and they hadn't been up very long. So I'm just worried that, who is going through the sort of kind of when vendors come and want to sell different items, sort of sell these, whatever the newest thing is, doesn't make sense for a facility that is the age of that facility. It doesn't always. And I know that having the experience of, I'm sure both my colleagues have had, all of us at some point have had the experience of, you have an older facility and you're trying to retro different things. It doesn't always work out as planned because the materials are not a new build. And so where is the check and balance there? Because I feel like there is an opportunity for us to not necessarily increase the amount of money that's going to maintenance in the jail, but have another set of eyes and people that are experts in facility management and maintenance to help sort of guide what some of the mistakes are. Even some of the things that have happened as recently as installing the flooring in the kitchen. That hadn't been done that long ago, and it was already very much peeling away. I'm just trying to figure out where that is, and if the county has been sold services or products that have not withstood their, lifespan, that why aren't we taking some legal action against some of those? So I just have a lot of concerns about the actual facility. And we're not even talking about who is in the jail, because respectfully, I also want this board to be able to address what is in our statutory authority. We can't control who is in the jail. That has nothing to do with us. There are certain pieces of this puzzle that we don't have any authority over. I'm just wanting us to sort of focus our energies on what we can do and work with our community partners on ways that, our transition center can, what we have control over, we can, make more robust wherever we can. And the things that we don't have control over, we sort of acknowledge that we don't.
Okay, thank you. Chair Grijalva, our facilities management team has identified a company with which they hope to work, and I believe it'll be coming back to the board soon, that has significant expertise in jails. And so that we can go in and walk with them, with not only our facilities management team, some experts, as well as the staff of the Sheriff's Department, to see exactly what we might need from that to respond to the deferred maintenance. I see a variety of activities that are sort of going on at the same time while we see what needs to occur. Because my concern has been, and I know in talking with Sam and others from the county attorney's office, exposure to litigation, what all do we have that we need to make sure we're keeping our folks who not only work but are in the facility safe. And then we also have been working, I know, just had some situations this week where we were working with Terry Spencer in our procurement department to make sure that we were moving through all the appropriate processes and working with the Sheriff's Department. So perhaps what we can do is just report back periodically and regularly to you and the board on those specifics related to the facility, procurement and such, while we begin to figure out what are those next steps about who are all the partners we need to be at the table to try to move the needle a bit on some of what is the largest part of our budget.
Okay, thank you. I know Supervisor Scott had a question. Supervisor Christie, do you have a comment? Okay, so Supervisor Scott, then Supervisor Christie, and then Supervisor Leo, let me know. Okay.
I want to first second your request, Chair Grijalva, to get a report from facilities. I certainly think that PCSD should have some input into that report, but we need to have some sense of what short-term improvements and repairs are needed at the current facility. And I think we should get that on or before the time you get your report on August 1st. I just wanted to be really clear about something. This board, and I think the community at large, is really interested in learning more about the composition of the jail population. And I do not feel like this new committee, which is at least initially being named the Justice System and Infrastructure Review Committee, I don't feel that it should be the role of this committee to try and get a sense of the composition of the jail population. I think that should be the role of this county staff team. And specifically, I'd like, and Mr. Holmes is going to recognize where this is coming from, because we've had this discussion, he and Ms. Vesely and I'd like that staff team to be able to determine which members of the jail population are flight risks or threats to public safety, and which are incarcerated for other reasons, including their inability to make bail. Because if we don't have that sense, we're making decisions in a vacuum. And I also think this committee that you're going to form, Ms. Lesher, shouldn't have to figure that out. I think that should be the role of the staff team. Secondly, and again, I'm probably going to get a knowing smile from Mr. Holmes. If this is the Justice System and Infrastructure Review Committee, I really hope that one of the things that they will take up was the item that you brought to us over a year ago with regard to the consideration of a consolidated warranty resolution center. Because when Mr. Holmes mentioned it to us over a year ago, one of the salutary aspects of a consolidated warrant resolution center is perhaps dealing with failure to appear. So I hope that is taken up as well. Thank you, Chair Grijalva.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I find myself in agreement with the chair regarding her predisposition to center and focus on the actual condition, physical condition of the physical plant. I've always said that should be the primary goal of any commission, is to analyze the condition and the repairability and the future sustainability of the physical plant of the jail. I'm agreeing in part and disagreeing in part with my colleague Supervisor Scott. He, in agreement, he too wants to make sure that we're looking at the physical plant and the condition of it. But I'm very skeptical and very trepidatious about delving into areas of incarceration policies with political narratives. And many of those political narratives start with analyzing the jail population and determining who should be there and who shouldn't be. The courts decide who should be in jail. And the sheriff has the sole authority of running the jail. He is the one, or she is the one, that makes the decisions about how the jail is to be operated and staffed, and how the inmates there are to be incarcerated, and to have outside special interests involved in any commissions, and these commissions in particular. We saw what happened with the first one. The outside entities, the special interest groups, became so adamant and so disruptive, they caused a meeting to be stopped because of their violence to the commission members. That needs to be avoided at all costs. We aren't in a position to dictate from their standpoint how the sheriff operates his or her jail. So if we can keep the focus on what the plant, the physical plant is incurring and what is needed, and stay away from reimagining incarceration or reimagining the function of a jail, or allowing special interest groups to disrupt and deflect what is really needed, and that is the condition of the jail. My question, I guess I'd have to direct this to the county administrator, is in both these commissions. The first one, was the sheriff intimately involved with the commission meetings and the process? Did he go around with the commission members and say, this is what we need here, this is what we need there, this is what should be fixed here? Or was he being subjugated to reducing the jail population, determining the makeup of the jail population, or looking at no bail policies? That's where we get into trouble. And we need to focus on fixing the jail and seeing what that's going to cost. And the only one that really knows what needs to be done in that capacity is the sheriff. So I'm urging that the sheriff be front and center in this commission and guide the commission into what he says are the needs of the jail.
Supervisor Lee.
Well, thank you, Chair Grijalva. Yesterday, we had actually a tour. Deputy Administrator Holmes and Deputy Administrator Garcia, myself, Jen Darlin, my Chief of Staff Maria, and Monica Perez. So one of the things as we're going around is definitely the disrepair of that entire building. But I will say, that was built in '80, and I know it's 24/7, every day, no breaks. But my goodness, I mean, my mother's house was built in '54, and it's still standing in good shape, but that's like crumbling in certain areas. So, but one of the things that was clear as we went around, it looked like what they kept asking is they need facilities, but they needed expertise in facilities like plumbing, electrical, and And so I'm looking to Deputy Administrator Holmes about plumbing. He said, we just offered a plumbing position and $17 an hour start. They laughed at us. Well, you get more than $17 working at a fast food nowadays. I mean, I know we just went through comp class, but these hard to fill positions, we need to be competitive now with the people. I don't know if what we're doing, if we've looked at it, but if we can't even hire a plumber, and so now we went through the kitchen, has no floor, it's just all dirt, and you can see where all the rust is, but they can't move forward until plumbing. So, again, I'm sure that there's something that needs to be looked at, and that's one of those FTE positions that can't be filled because you can't hire them. So I know we just looked at it, but we need to look harder when you've got these major facilities issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Administrator Lesher.
Thank you very much, Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Lee. That's one of the, I'll just comment about the hiring of staff. One of the issues that's come up is, I think before this board, we've been talking about the need to identify the hard-to-fill positions that can be hired at a higher quartile. And one of the challenges that came back is how do we define those individuals? And what you are speaking to is really the dilemma that we have faced. It's a little bit like we know them when we see them, but because we looked at, do you need a certification? Do you need a license? We have, as I believe, one locksmith in Pima County, and we need that individual critically. It's a different, there's no one-size-fits-all kind of criteria we can lay down and say, these are those hard-to-fill positions, and how do we look at it? But we have been looking right now with our facilities director, Mr. Cisneros, about what it is we need to do to make sure that we're getting those positions filled. Because it's the other, when you have very specific need of things like jails, if we don't have the staff, we're using outside support, and that's even more expensive than a fair compensation for the individuals within the organization. Yeah. And if I may just go back for a moment to Supervisor Christie's concerns, Chair Grijalva, for just a moment. And I think Supervisor Christie, during the work of the Blue Ribbon Commission, I know that the sheriff attended some meetings, but his staff was always at the meetings, and that there were, if you recall, in the Blue Ribbon Commission, 3 different committees that formed. One dealt specifically with those facilities. We had a representative from SUNT as well as other construction companies who were working with facilities and in the jail every day. So you are correct. And then another, the next largest group was looking at financing and what it is we needed to do. So the majority, the vast majority of the work of that, the Blue Ribbon Commission was to work with the sheriff and his staff to identify those physical needs that we had right now and identify, as I say, working with our partners who had come out of building and out of the construction industry to see how we could work with them. So I hear what your concern were, and I believe that was the focus of the commission.
Okay.
Sure,
Supervisor Scott.
I just wanted to be really clear about something. I acknowledge very much what Supervisor Christie noted, which is that it is the responsibility of the courts to determine who's in the jail and why. But when we've been discussing the justice system overall, whether it be the jail or the intergovernmental agreement dealing with initial appearances, what's been frustrating for me is that I can't get a clear answer from the courts as to the composition of the jail population, who's there and why. I recognize they're the custodians of that information because they're the ones who put them there, but they're not able, or perhaps not entirely willing, to let us know who's there because they are a flight risk or a threat to public safety, and who's there for other reasons. And I just don't want this committee to get bogged down in trying to figure out the composition of the jail population. I'd rather that be the role of the staff team that Ms. Lesher is putting together.
All right.
Madam Chair?
Yeah, Supervisor Christie, and unless there's anything else, we'll move on after this comment.
Yeah, I just want to ask a procedural question. What is the county administrator's effort here? Are we going to go to, what's the next step from this point? I don't feel, I don't feel compelled to vote on anything at this point.
No.
If you're going to go to some sort of a procedural thing or a composition of a group or something, you know, I'm always willing to look at that. But if you're looking for a voting direction here, I'm not prepared to do that.
Thank you. And Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Christie, I was not, there's nothing about for which the board needs to act today. This was simply to provide you and the community who's been listening to the issue an update on where we were with both the staff work and looking at what next steps might be. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you. So now we'll go on to 18th Arizona Aerospace Foundation 390th Bomber Memorial Museum Heating and Air Conditioning Units. It's resolution number 2024-14 to approve the replacement. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Motion a second by Supervisor. I'll do Supervisor Christie since there's a little delay there. So motion and a second by Supervisor Christie. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes 4-0. Item number 19 is anti-racketeering funds, $450 to fund National Crime Victims Rights Week. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes 4-0. We've done 20. Now we're on 21. Cochise Private Industry Arizona at Work Workforce Program. And this is a no-cost amend contractual language. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
A motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
Yeah, I just have a question. We had something similar with the H-1B workforce program. I believe it was on the 5th of March meeting, and it relates to counties outside of Pima County, Santa Cruz, and Cochise, I think. How does this particular item today relate to that agenda item that I referred to earlier on March 5th?
Administrator Lesher.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva, and Deputy County Administrator Garcia has the answer to that question.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I'd move it and talk into it. Thank you.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, Administrator Lesher. So what you have before you in 21, 22, 23, and 24 are actually just procedural amendments to the item that was heard back in March. These were procedural amendments that were requested by the federal funder at the time that they did a site review, and they found our standard subrecipient agreements lacking in wording as it pertained to intellectual property, as well as something called the Stevens Amendment, which is a reporting obligation associated with these federal dollars. So the dollars came as part of a previous board action. This is simply a no-cost procedural, these are no-cost procedural amendments that are identical, 21, 22, 23, and 24, to subrecipient entities, two of which are counties, and the other two being other organizations in Pima County.
Does that answer your question, Supervisor Christie?
Yeah, Madam Chair, and while we're at it, I would like to make a substitute motion that we address 21, 22, 23, and 24 all together.
That's fine with me. So I'm happy to change that. So now our motion is approving 21 through 24. And then Supervisor Christie seconds. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Thank you. Anyone have an issue? Did you have a question on 25? Okay. So 20.
I did, Madam.
Okay, so let me go ahead and it's YWCA Southern Arizona to provide operating agreement for the Northwest YWCA Pima Community College or Pima County Community Center. This is general fund. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
A motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion, Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very quickly, this is a kind of a cohabitation thing between a Pima County Community Center, which is co-located in the YMCA facility. Why is that there?
Administrator Lesher.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. Deputy County Administrator DeBonis.
Madam Chair and members of the board, and just for the record, it's the YMCA. I think Chair Grijalva cited it as YWCA, but
I did say that. You know what? I do it all the time. I'm sorry.
It's
YMCA, not YWCA. It's MCA.
Absolutely.
I'm on that board. I'm on the YWCA board. It just pops out of my mouth. I'm sorry. It's YMCA. Thank you.
Understood. And so to Supervisor Christie's question, back in 1999, the county entered into an agreement to develop, construct, operate, and maintain the facility jointly with the YMCA. So that agreement is coming to a conclusion. That was a 25-year agreement. What you have before you today is an agreement for a 10-year period that continues the joint operation of that facility. So Pima County as well as the YMCA offer programming out of that facility, and therefore we are sharing in the cost. So splitting the utility costs 50-50, and then there are responsibilities for maintenance of the interior that are assumed by the YMCA. The county assumes the exterior maintenance responsibility. So this has been a long-standing cooperative arrangement between the county and the YMCA.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Mr. DeBonis, do we have any other locations that have the same type of relationship with the YMCA?
Madam Chair and Supervisor Christie, I believe this is the most significant formalized relationship that we have with the YMCA, so none are coming to mind at this scale. Unless
Chair Grijalva and Mr. DeBonis. Sorry, so I believe we had a relationship over at the event center on Ajo for a period of time that the Y was in it, that the Y they ended that relationship, I'm thinking during the pandemic, and concerns happened, but we did have it for a period of time at that location, so we had one going, another one for a short period of time.
Any other questions? Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the YMCA of Southern Arizona and Pima County Community Center. I'll go ahead and, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, item passes unanimously. Now, I'm going to try, and you let me know, item 26, 27, 28, 29, we've addressed 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 34.
33 is good.
33. Okay. So can we go ahead and move items 26 through 32?
Yes.
I'll get a second.
I'll second.
So moved.
Thank you. So Supervisor Scott seconds. So it was 26 through 32. All right. We have a motion a second. I'm sorry?
Can we amend that to include 33?
Oh, I thought you had a question on 33.
34.
Okay, so we're going to do items 26 through 33, excluding 30, because we've already addressed 30, okay? And then, is that okay with you? That my seconder, Supervisor Scott, the motion in a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously, 4-0. Now we're on item 34, regional wastewater reclamation, the town of Marana, an IGA for a bike path construction and cost-sharing project. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion? Supervisor Christie?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Real quickly, normally the loop is under the auspices of flood control, but in this particular item, it's under wastewater. What is the difference in this position?
Chair Grijalva, Mr. DeBonis.
Madam Chair and Board Supervisor Christie, you're correct. In this instance, the Regional Wastewater Department is doing a sewer line project, and as a result of that, they are having to make some improvements to the loop. In our coordination with the town of Marana, they identified that they would be doing an upcoming, I believe, water line improvement, and so in order to avoid us doing the wastewater project, repairing the loop, and then Marana tearing up the loop and then having to repair it. We relocated some of the design of the project, and therefore Marana is funding half of the cost of that. So it has Marana, it has wastewater, and the Regional Flood Control District involved.
I understand. Thank you very much, Mr. Devonis. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second on 34. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously 4-0. Can we move items 35, 36, 37, 38?
38 and 39, I'd like to just have the opportunity to vote.
Okay, so we'll do items 35 through 37. Okay, I'll go ahead and move those three items.
Second.
Motion a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously 4-0. Item 38 is the Arizona Housing Coalition to provide bolstering supportive housing now. And it's a high-impact rule. It supports and statewide capacity buildings. And this is amending grant language. It's a no cost. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Motion a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes 3-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Item 39 is acceptance for justice services, MacArthur Foundation to provide safety and justice challenge capstone. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Motion a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes 3-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Now we're at hearings. Do we need to separate the hearings, or can I just ask if anyone is here in opposition to items 40 through 46? No. 7. No, 48, 49. 40 through 49. Can I do all that together? Okay. Oh, 47, the clerk's note is per the zoning inspector's report, Series 7, beer and wine bar is allowed in CB1, provided it's stacked with the Series 12 restaurant license. Okay, so is anyone here in opposition on 40 through 49? If not, I'll go ahead and close the public hearings and move items 40 through 49.
Second.
Motion a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously 4-0. Note that there are many graduation things happening. It's very exciting. All right, and so we've addressed the consent. Now we're on the addendum. We are on item number 3, opioid settlement funds update. This is an item put on by Supervisor Scott. Did you want to introduce it?
I would.
Thank you.
I will tell you, the initial impetus for putting this item on came when we had our quarterly meeting, the District 1 team, with Dr. Cullen and with the health and the health department. And there were some comments that she made about moving forward with getting opioid settlement funds out into the community. And one of the hangups being agreeing with the city of Tucson as to how to move forward with the portion of the settlement that is allocated to them. Since that conversation with Dr. Cullen, which was several months ago, I check in with Ms. Lesher regularly during our weekly check-ins about where we are with the opioid settlement and the discussion of the intergovernmental agreement with the city of Tucson. And if you go to Dr. Cullen's memo, which is attached to Ms. Lesher's memo, there's a couple of references that she makes to the lack of agreement with the city of Tucson holding things up. Specifically, she says, the Substance Misuse Advisory Committee also expressed interest in waiting until the city of Tucson decides about their allocated funds before making any additional funding decisions. Later in the memo, she says the unallocated funds are not assigned to any additional activities until recommendations are received from the committee, as well as the participation decisions from the City of Tucson. And Ms. Lesher mentioned in her memo that there's $3.8 million to the City of Tucson set aside pending finalization of an IGA between the county and the city. She makes reference to 4 different areas of discussion: joint resolutions, new models of funding allocation, common programmatic strategies, shared decision-making. So what I would like to know is, how long has this IGA been under negotiation? What's held up its finalization? And where are we now in terms of moving forward? Because it seems to me that the finalization of this IGA, not only seems to me, but we have attestation from the health department director, has been a significant issue. So that was the main reason for putting this item on the agenda, and I'll turn it to the county administrator, if that's okay with you, Chair Grijalva, so that we could get some amplification on that.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Scott, let me cut to the end and just say the good news, and then I'll backfill those other questions. In the the end of last week and early this week, we have received draft resolutions from the City of Tucson. It is, I know that Deputy County Administrator Garcia has been working with Mr. Tamur at the city. It is our understanding that the city will be taking action at their meeting of April 16th, I believe, and that we can then return with documents. So progress is significantly being made. It's my understanding that, or where we are now, is the city has been working with Dr. Garcia to proceed with a model that would pool those dollars rather than simply keep the city dollars, which I think will provide some good support for the kinds of programs that Dr. Cullen and the department wishes to achieve. I think that we have been moving back and forth for in excess of 6 months, and a concern has been governance and discussion regarding the governance of the distribution of the funds, making sure that I think the city's been concerned that to date they would be either receiving a check for almost $4 million or pooling that $4 million with the county for distribution to deal with opioid abuse, and wanted to make sure, the city, I believe, wanted to make sure that they had a voice in the distribution of those dollars if they were pooling the $4 million. Understandably so. I believe that we have now, in most recent conversations, mine with Mr. Ortega yesterday and Dr. Garcia's, that we are dangerously close to seeing those IGAs come back to the board for finalization. Dr. Garcia, is there something you'd like to amplify?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, and Administrator Lesher, nothing to add other than to say we are painfully close on we are almost done on the IGA language, and we are painfully close on the resolution language.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But I appreciate that, and if I could, and then that is the best possible news, and again, the main impetus for putting this item on the addendum. And I'm grateful, Ms. Lesher and Dr. Garcia, for having that good news. Dr. Cullen's memo prompted another area of curiosity for me, though, when she made reference to the new division of community mental health, addiction, and injury. And it seems to me, Dr. Garcia, that new division is going to be elemental in terms of not only moving forward with the use of opioid settlement funds, but also other grant funds that can help combat addiction and substance abuse. Would that be accurate?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, the newly created, and it's relatively newly created, Division of Community Mental Health and Addiction is exactly meant to coordinate all these different streams of dollars that are coming in. It was funded through the CDC OD2A, Overdose to Action, as well as some of the 207 funding, as well as some of this funding. But the idea is rather than looking at these separate initiatives from a piecemeal approach, rather try to look at the panorama of need within our community as it plays out and see how we can best quilt together these different various funding sources that each has their own restrictions to best meet the needs of the community. So for example, $207 really focusing on youth, being kind of a primary kind of thing to do. The opioid settlement dollars much more focused on harm reduction and medication-assisted therapy.
Would it be, Chair Grijalva, would it be possible, Ms. Lesher and Dr. Garcia, for the board to get regular reports on the work of that division? I know that there's another position that is going to be filled, and so I gather after that position is filled, it's going to be fully operational. But the work of that division and getting regular reports on that would also be an opportunity for the board to get regular reports on the overall progress of the opioid settlement funds and other associated funds.
Happy to do that. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you both very much, and thank you, Chair Grijalva.
Thank you. I think that the biggest issue with this funding source is we wanted to figure out a way to work regionally because it made the most sense. And so trying to make sure that whatever IGA we come up with meets the needs of both the city and the county has been really critically important. And so as much as I think on both sides, we've been trying to figure out, how to do this, I think it makes the most sense for us to be, do it in a way that's going to address both needs. There was a moment in time that I thought, well, maybe we just split up. We'll obviously continue to work together and collaborate, but there's a quicker way for us to be able to utilize the funds. And then there was a moment where all of these funds were being discussed and sort of the plan for use was coming out of the Board of Health, which understandably was an issue with the city of Tucson because it's like, well, where's our representation on that board? So I think that we're going to get to a better agreement eventually. We're hoping that it's sooner rather than later. Yeah. Thank you. It is, just so you know, it's a topic of conversation for the meetings that Administrator Lesher and I have with Mayor and leadership. Every meeting we talk about it. So definitely not forgetting, I promise. Yep. Okay, so no, nothing there. And then, so no action on that one. Item number 4 is federal funding of legal asylum seeker program update. Administrator Lesher.
Thank you very much, Chair Grijalva. And I think we have been communicating with the board on this in a memo, but just wanting to make sure that we all said out loud where we were. As we knew, I think when we last had a public conversation about this, we were looking at the onset of street release by April 1st. Yeah. And I know that in meetings not with the humanitarian community as well as the business community and the chambers of commerce and the other jurisdictions, there was increasing concern about what was the impact on our communities of having potentially in excess of 1,000 individuals released at the Greyhound bus station. And we felt, however, that we had made a commitment that we would not be spending general fund dollars on this effort, and therefore, without future funding from the federal government, the program would be ending. Since that last meeting, we received word that we would be, not only did the legislation pass, the bill passed, but assurances from the White House, the Department of Homeland Security, Border Patrol, Customs and Border Protection, FEMA, and the grants directorate within FEMA, as well as all of our delegation in Arizona, that the inclusion of $650 million to support Customs and Border Protection and the efforts going on at this point would include, at a minimum, the amount of money that we received in our last tranche was $12.7 million. Those assurances allowed us to keep some of the contracts alive and going forward in the interim. It is our ongoing hope that we will be out of this business, but that the way out of the business for us is not to simply stop providing services and allow for 1,000 individuals to be released, but staff has been continuing to work with some of our other partners and others in the community to see who might best serve as a fiscal agent in a long-term opportunity so that we can ensure that the operation can continue, but perhaps not by the county, with what we believe now funding that can get us through in place and coming our way to get through hopefully August or into August, that also provides us with the umbrella that we need to see who all the other partners might be. And we do have, just as an FYI, we've been also working in communication with the Community Foundation of Southern Arizona, another opportunity with a fund that exists within that organization so that should private donors wish to provide support for the philanthropic side of this, it is available. I know that the board staff were getting, as I indicate, many calls from individuals wanting to know how their business or they as individuals could support this effort in order to avoid street release. And now we have, not only do we have the federal dollars coming in, we can provide those Band-Aids, but are working with the foundation to ensure that philanthropic dollars can support the effort as well. So while no action is needed today, I will continue to update the board in memorandum regarding the status of those funds and the programs.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? All right, thanks. We're going to move. Supervisor Christie.
I've always referred to what we've been doing since 2019 as the asylum-seeking business. I was admonished because I called it a business. So it was refreshing to hear the county administrator say that it's time that we look at getting out of this business. And I think what we're going to find ourselves in with this money is another situation like the continuing resolutions to shut down the government. We're going to go through this whole process again and then come to the precipice and not have any funds, and then everybody's hair is on fire because we're going to have street releases, and then suddenly and miraculously the money appears. I would ask the county administrator, which she just alluded to, that now would be a perfect time where we can start to wean ourselves off this addiction and of enabling, and that we can search for ways where Pima County can extricate itself from this terrible addiction of providing asylum for migrants coming into this country. I think this has been hopefully a learning and wake-up experience where we can't do this, we shouldn't be doing this, and the effort doesn't need to be helped with more funding. It needs to be helped with government intervention at the border before the migrants even step foot in this country. So I would urge the county to look at ways of making it less attractive for migrants from around the world to come to Pima County, and let it be known that we've got a reprieve here. We've got a little bit of breathing space, but during this breathing space, we're going to be slowly shutting off all of our activities in this regard. Now's a perfect time to do it, and we don't have to get back into this situation where we've got a timeline and a deadline, and we've got all these issues that are going to happen if we don't get the funding. Now is the time to look for ways to shut down our activities completely. And if the private sector wants to do it, I guess they can't be stopped from doing it. But I wonder if they'll be able to have the same scrutiny of the migrants that the federal government has as they come in, which, quite frankly, is not all that great to begin with. So let's hope that we learn from this situation and that we find ways to completely shut down our asylum-seeking business. Thank you.
I think that, it wasn't a miracle. It was actually a lot of hard work. We worked really hard to reach out to our representatives on both sides of the aisle in Congress and our senators to kind of outlined what the situation would look like. They heard from our mayor, they heard from co-chiefs in Santa Cruz counties, they heard from our bishop, from the Catholic Diocese. We sent a lot of letters, and I think that what's very clear is absent true comprehensive immigration reform that nobody has wanted to touch for decades, we're going to continue to have the situation. And I just think it's so critically important that we stop sort of this campaign of misinformation that the people that are coming here are illegal. They are legal asylum seekers. They have gone through a process to get here. What we are doing is expediting their travel to get where they want to go, their final destination. And if we don't provide that, very quickly we would have a culmination of people kind of wandering around our downtown looking for help. The city of Tucson didn't have the capacity to do it. We didn't either. But ultimately, it would be our responsibility if we have people that are, accumulating in the middle of our downtown. It would be something that is shared. And so this idea that whether we provide services or not, people are coming, people are going to cross because they're in a desperate situation that is desperate enough that they're going to come. Whether we're providing this service through Casalitas or not, people are going to come. All we're doing is helping them to get their final destination and not have that be in a prolonged stay in Pima County, which is would then become a major issue for all of us. So with that, I will go ahead and move on. Thank you for the update, Administrator Lesher, and then we've addressed everything but 8, I believe, right?
That's correct.
This would be a reappointment. This is the reappointment of Mike Humphrey for District 1.
I will move the item.
And I'll second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Thank you all for your patience. It's 1:54 and our meeting is adjourned.